なんかもうつながり始めましたね。すみません。声聞こえますか？
声がまだ聞こえないよ。あ、ここ。
はい。すごい。声聞こえないです。聞こえますか？
ミュートもないけども、ビデオも捕まってるけど。
声が聞こえないです。
聞こえますか？
はい。
聞こえます。
ありがとうございます。バッチリ映っております。
大きすぎますかね、大丈夫。
こちらにも無事、はい、NHK さんももう到着されてて、
あ
2時間前ぐらいですかね、こちらで会場を撮影いただいております。
よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
かよこさんの声は聞こえますか？かよこさん何かお話ししてください。
声バッチリ聞こえます。完璧です。
はい。ありがとうございます。
素敵な声が聞こえてます。
よかったです。
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
で、幸子さんも、こうやってみんなと一緒に、オンラインで、ズームで入りますんで、はい。
はい。それで、三岡さん、確認ですが、収録してくださってるんですよね、今。
NHK さんですか？
いえ、この、ズームの会議の様子。
収録っていうのは、ビデオ。
ズーム自体の、今回のミーティングの全部のミーティングを収録するんですよね、ズームで。録画してるんですよね。
収録ってこれを録画するってことですか？
そうです、そうです。で、そのデータを全部お借りしたいんです。
わかりました。これじゃあ録画するようにいたします。
はい。お願いします。ありがとうございます。で、
あ
あとで全部データで送ってください。
はい、わかりました。
お願いします。
今何時？
Sorry, is it possible recording for Zoom?
Oh, yeah, I was gonna wait, but
Mhm,
we can do
okay,
it now.
yeah. Not studied, yeah.
Thank you.
For the cloud or local cloud, at the cloud.
Oh, yeah,
Okay, okay.
yeah.
So it
Safer.
means safer.
Yeah, that, can I milk? You still wanna?
Now?
Yeah.
No, that's okay.
Okay.
かよこさん、ピンちゃんで、彼女、
Hi.
タイから来てるピン。タイランド。ピンちゃん、かよこさんです。
タイランド、yes。はい。
Son.
ピンちゃんが
かよこです。はい。
かよこさん、はい。彼女が、もう今日も朝までずっと頑張ってくれて、今回のメンバー、かよこさんに会えるのみんな楽しみにしてました。
ありがとうございます。私もそうです。
So she looking forward to meeting you.
Looking forward to meeting you too.
お会いできるの楽しみにしてました。はい。
はい。
はい、ありがとう。
same。そう。
ありがとう。じゃあ一度ちょっと、こちらの音声を、じゃあ、ミュートにします。
はい。
よかったですね。
この方誰？
多分さっきの方だと思います。みんな雰囲気が違いますね。
鈴木さん。
はい。
そちらの音声一度ミュートにしていただいてよろしいですか？
わかりました。
ありがとうございます。
はい。 さこさん、素晴らしい。こっちもう切っときます。
全員ミュートに。So just you want to leave 全部音量ゼロにできますか？ミュートです。Can you leave audio? Sorry, I can't. There's always like non-John. My phone says disconnect audio.
すごいね。
That's it. Like this?
Hi, Sachiko. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Oh.
I can hear you. Hi.
Hi. Okay, perfect. Hi, Pin. Pin's here.
Yay!
She didn't sleep. She
I
couldn't.
can tell. I can tell. She and Benson must have been working so hard.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. Hi,
Like,
Pin's here.
Thank you for working so hard. Nobu told me you did the superb job. It's amazing. I wish I were there and see your artwork and every venue. Hayako-san, こんばんは。今日はよろしくお願いします。とっても嬉しいです。
あ、そうか。よろしくお願いします
お願
ね
い。します。本当深夜なのにありがとうございます。とっても
いいえ、
嬉しいです。
深夜を忘れてます。全然。
今日もとっても素敵な笑顔です。
ありがとうございます。
笑顔が一番大事ですよね。本当に平
そうです
和。
ね。
はい。ありがとうございます。嬉しいです。
こんな景色見てたら、これどこのあれなんだろうかね。五重塔だと思うけどもね、どこだろう。
あ、これはなんか日本っぽいものを混ぜ合わせてますね。ザ・日本にしてみました。
ザ・日本、そうです。ね。
はい。
もう五重塔を見てたらね、
はい。
ね、京都行きたい。
大好きな。
私も京都オタク大好き。
そうなんですか。どこがお好きですか、京都の。
京都全部ね。うん、もう京都ってあの文字でまず惹かれて。
そうですね。
もう私の頭の中にあの5番の地図があります。
素晴らしい。
どこどこ
一緒に
どこどこ。
ご一緒したいです。京都の旅。
本当に。
うん。
で、食いしん坊だからね、
はい。
私は。だから、どこどこの何々っていうのはね、もうわざわざそのために行きます。
それ素敵ですね。私も京都に行くと湯葉とか、丹波の豆とか、なんかこう食べたいものがいっぱいありますね。
それもね、どこどこの何々っていう。
それはすごいですね。ここのお店じゃないと譲れないってのがあるんですね。
そういうこと。
リストが欲しいです、そのリスト。
ご一緒しましょう。
行きたいです。お願いします。はい。今また日本にたくさんね、観光客がいらっしゃってて、
すごいですね。
で、最近平和公園、本当に皆さんいっぱいいらっしゃってて、外国人が。もう平和公園日本じゃないみたいです。 だからやはりオバマ大統領が来てくださって以来、アメリカ人で来てくださる方がたくさんいらっしゃいますね。やっ
そう
ぱり影響力の凄さを感じますね。
そうですね。
はい。だから皆さんが自分で働きたいって思ってくださるのが嬉しいし、
そうですね。
実際に
うん
知り合った外国人、道を歩いてて知り合った外国人に、ガイドできますよ、平和公園のってぜひって言われて、急に見知らぬ人にガイドしたりとかするんですよ。で、去年は生徒たちに英語の日めぐり講座の練習のはずだったんですけど、
うん、
急に私がその辺にいる外国人をナンパして、ちょっと生徒がやるから本当に聞いてって言って、で、生徒たち練習のつもりだけど、急にアメリカ人の方たちがいっぱいいるところで、日の説明をすることになり、でもやっぱりアメリカ人の方がそれを聞いて、あ、知らなかった、言ってくれてありがとうっておっしゃるじゃないですか。で、もっと深く知ろうと思うとか、あと資料館本当は行かないつもりだったけど、今から入るねとか皆さんおっしゃるので、だからそうやってただひたすらブラブラ歩いていろんな人に話すって大事ですよね。
大事です。本当にね、なんていうかな、単なるその英会話の勉強、もちろんそうなんだけどもね、でもそういう実際に、練習じゃなくって、直接お会いしてね、それでしかも、やっぱり平和公園で、お会いするっていうことは当然、そういう話になってくるからね。
そうで
そ
すね。
れはお互いにね、
うん
だから生徒さんにとってもね、いい勉強の場だと思います。いい経験です。
そうですね。
ね、
はい。だから
経験するって大事なこと。うん。
今年も英語の日めぐり講座もまた担当するんですね。自分が教える側なんですけど、やっぱり生徒には、ただこう、インターネットである知識を集めて読むっていう昔の日めぐりじゃなくて、自分が直接、被爆者の方や戦争体験者に聞いたことを、私自身、その生徒自身の思いと、両方、やっぱり合わせたものにしようねって言っていて、で、初年の子たちはもちろん日本語の方の日めぐりもサポートしているので、みんな自分の思いとか今までたくさん聞いたことも書いていて、今度、かよこさんに聞くこともこれから先足していくと思うので、よろしくお願いします。
お待ちしてます。
今こちら、
はい。
これが今会場の。
はい。
で、ここに、
あー、すごい素敵。これがパネルですね。素敵。
でも実際にパネルを用意されるのも大変だったと思う。ね。向こ
そうですね。やっぱりこれを、そのハーバードの大学院でやってもらうにあたり、やはりいろいろ今回もご配慮いただいたように、ハーバードの生徒たちが自分たちでやっぱりやったっていうことが一番大事なので、私たちがではなくて、広島側はあくまでハーバードの方たちがやることに参加させていただくので、彼らの思いがやっぱり一番大事にしてたんですけど、話せば話すほど、じゃあこの広島アーカイブも入れようとか、向こうの方が、今のベンさんとかピンが言ってくれて、じゃあ若者の声もあるならそれも言っていいよとか言ってくれるから、いや、でもそこまで広島色が強くなったら困りませんかって言ったら、そこはモデレーターが頑張って工夫をすればいいんじゃないかっていうので、こういうふうにだんだん広島の思いをたくさん、ハーバードの生徒たちが入れてくれたんですね。だからそれがすごくありがたいですね。
そう思います。
自らっていうのが大事ですよね。
そうですよ。
だから初めは本当展示のイサム・ノ
これ
グチさんの
被爆樹木の種です。
ああ、
し、
本当だ。
これも三岡くんが自ら飛んで取りに行ってくれて、で、広島に帰ってきた時には、アンと広島さんとかいろんなところに実際交渉に行ってくれて、三岡くん広島と日本もだけど、ボストン、ニューヨークとかいろんなところも飛び回ってくれてますね。
アント広島の、
うん
渡辺さんとも、
そうです、そうです。
お
渡
会いしてます。
辺さんと、
はい。
はい、
接点あります。
そうですよね。なんか市民がみんな本当横で実は数珠つなぎになっているから、だから知らないところであちこちに声が届くっていうのが、私たちが教えていただいているやり方ですね。やっぱり信頼関係作っている相手の言葉じゃないと届かないですもんね。
そうです。
今から少し外の展示のところをご紹介します。
お願いします。そしてね、歩くのがちょっと早いので、その画面が瞬く間に割るので、見たいところちょっとゆっくり止めていただけると嬉しいです。
はい。今ですね、
こんな新しい建物もいいんだね。
日がですね、こちらに設置、ちょっとまだ見えにくいんですけど、今からこちらにですね、復元した久信さんの慰霊碑を設営する予定に取れまして、ボランティアで来てくれる皆さんです。
ありがとうございます。こんにちは。
森佳代子さんです。ちょっとね、
ももかちゃん。今日はありがとう。
おはようございます。
彼女。
こんにちは。
ありがとうございます。
こういうを一緒にね、見るときに、ご挨拶させていただいたんですよ。こういうを私の教え子で、オバマさんにお花を渡した子なんですけどって、やっぱりそのオバマさんのことで、もう注目されすぎてちょっとどうしていいかわからないから、同じ思いをしている森ご夫妻に、アドバイスをくださいってご紹介したのが彼女です。ももかちゃんです。今日はユースの方で出てくれています。そして英語もね、頑張って今、頑張って練習したんだよね。
危うく秘密を間違えたんです
そう、ちょっと前に電話かかってきて、先生、明日ですよね。明日ってどの明日かなみたいな。
だよね、ややこしいよね、夜中だから。
数時間後の明日なのか、ものすごい明日なのか、どこかなみたいな感じだったよね。
いや、16日なんだけども、まだ15日のね、夜中だから15日の延長みたいな。
そうですね。 のぶくん、のぶくん聞こえますか？鈴木さんの、が今、ズームに入室できないらしいので、入室許可お願いできますか？
そうなんで、今、LINE やったら、こっちが、私の番号が、
アクセスしないですね。
So I just left audio so that I
Okay.
can prepare for them to share the screen and then I'll connect to audio.
So now,
I was gonna.
もう一回コネクトしてもらえますか？
Yeah. Okay.
はい。
鈴木さん、アクセスが来てないって今来たんですけれども、今、チャットで、フロントドアのノブ君にチャットでやり取りしてるので、今直接やり取りしてもらってもいいですか？私が状況がわからないので、間に立つよりも直接お願いします。声出していただいていいので。
はい。
ノブ君、私は共同ホストにしてくれたら確認をします。
拒否されてしまって。
繋がらないね。
なんか、除外さ
本当だ
しましたって。
ももかちゃん、リラックスして楽しんでね。そして、初めと最後に必ず笑顔。真面目な話ほど、最後と初めは笑顔。
でもなんか逆に日にち間違えてたから、緊張する時間がそんななくて、楽に良かったねってお母さんに言われました。
そうそう。なんか緊張してもしなくても、なんだろう、相手に自分の気持ちを伝えようとか聞いてもらえてありがたいなって気持ちだけ持っていればいいのと、上手に話そうじゃなくて、ただ自分の本当にね、思いを一生懸命伝えようって、それで十分です。
ありがとうございます。
と言って自分が失敗した時の言い訳もしている。もうそれで私今日の朝の大会めちゃめちゃ緊張してね。
そうです。でもおめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。もうね、本当にありがたい。ちゃんと皆さん聞いてくださって自分の思いをね。それがありがたい。でも緊張しても、なんか緊張している自分のことを考えるんじゃなくて、緊張しているのはこの場所が大事って分かっているから、私の体と全身が大事だから頑張ろうって、体ごと応援してくれてるって思って、で、あとは相手のことだけ考えて話したらいいかなって思いますね。
ありがとうございます。そうですね。
そして、かよこさんの笑顔を見て、あの笑顔を思い出しながら、素敵な笑顔。
私も武井先生の生徒になりたいです。
そんなことない。ももかちゃん、私ね、英語習ったことないもんね。
はい、ないです。
今回のこの
習いたかったです。
今回のこのスピーチが初めてだよね。サポートしたのは。
はい。
なんか指名実行委員会があったから出会えたよね。
うん、そうです。全然知らない先生でした。
そう。
じゃあ、授業で習ってはいらっしゃらないわけ。在学中に。
はい。接点がなくて。
どこでの接点そしたら。
だから同じ女学院なんですけど、クラスが5つあるので、
はい。
なので自分は他のクラスを教えていたんですよね。
あの時に何年生だったオバマさんの時が。
高校3年生です。
だよね。
はい。
だから今はもちろん社会人ね。
はい。そうなん結構。
今、どちらにいらっしゃるんですか？
今、広島にいます。
あ、
広島の、はい、さつきが丘に今います。
うちと近いわ、だったら。
ですよね。
トイレナイツだからね。
今度。
一緒にいたいって言ってるんだよね。
うん、お会いしたいです。
いや、ほんとね。でも、オバマさんの時の方が緊張してたでしょ。
あ、はい。お昼とか全然食べずに行きました。なんか、学校にいたんですけど、友達にも言っちゃいけないし、知ってる先生も数人しかいないかったから、なんで私こんなに緊張してるんだろうって多分周りに思われてたと思います。
昨日のことみたいに思い出すでしょ。あの時のこと。ね。
はい。すっごい覚えてますね。
ね。体が覚えてるって感覚よね。
すごい空気感とか、すごい覚えてる。
でも今の彼女が緊張してオバマさんにちゃんと英語で話せなかったっていうのをアメリカの人たちに言うと、みんな必ず言うのが、大丈夫。オバマさんはその緊張して話せない人たちにずっと会ってきてる。きっとオバマさんに会う人はアメリカ人でも緊張する。だから日本人の彼女がすごい緊張してるってことをきっと彼は分かっていて、それでもここに立っていてくれてありがとうって思うような素敵な人だから大丈夫って、そのももかに伝えてねって皆さん必ずおっしゃるんですよ、アメリカの方たちが。だから素敵、優しい人たち
優しい。
だなって。ね、
素晴らしい。心が優しい、本当に。
優しい。そう。
京子さんも実際お会いしてそういう印象
思いましたね。うん。でも、私はこのポーズのちょっと後ろに、真後ろにいたのね。
うん
だから、もう一緒に泣いてました。
そうですよね。
うん
気持ちが浮かぶね。
うん。もうね、来月で7年になるのに、まだ昨日のことみたいな感じでされる
ですよ
ね。
ね。うん。私、もう7年も経つんだなって今思いまし
ね。
た。
そうよね。
うん
でもあの時にはまだオバマさんはそれでも自分が目が黒いうちにはね、頑張るけどわからないって言ってたけど、
そうなの。
でもその後条約がちゃんとね、こういう
そうで
ふうに、
す。うん。
はい。で、やっぱり少しずつこうやってすぐじゃないかもしれないけど、ずっと長年やってきたところがどこかでつながって、やっぱり奇跡がちょっとずつ起きてるので、
本当にそう。うん
うん、
です。
それがバリシアキさん40年ですもんね。本当に素晴らしい方が。
諦めない。諦めないがね。本当にね。
それを支え続ける佳代子さんは私は本当に素晴
いや、
らしい。
支えてっていう気持ちはない。とにかく必死で、うん。必死でやってきたって感じ。支えてるっていう感覚はないよ。
も一緒にやってるが本当なんでしょうね。
最近ね、それも。
うん
うん。うん、思い出してみたら、ペーパーランタンの撮影の頃から私に、一緒にやっていくんだっていう自覚が出てきたかな。それまではね、もう皆さんに言ってるように何をしてるか分かんなかったんだからね、全然。そういう夫婦でした。
まあ、昔はそういうね、男性は自分の仕事とかいろんなことを語
言わない
らずに、
もんね。
そう、じっと耐え、奥さんは気になって心配だけど、聞かずにご飯作ってあげたりとか、他のところで、なんとかね、助けようっていう、語らずに助けるスタイルでしたよね、もともと日本自体が。
親の代を見ててね、私は特に私の両親のやっぱり生き方、生きてきた過程を間近に見て経験してるからね。そしたら不思議とやっぱり親がしてたこと同じことを私がしてるなっていう、冷静に考えたらね。だから母が、もう特に父がね、とっても絶対に文句言わせないっていうタイプの人だったから。でもしてることは本当にもう正義の味方じゃないけども、だから私にとっては父がもう for you の見本です。
そうですね。
だから人のために生きた53年間、
かります。なん
その影
かキャロラ
響が大きいです。でもその父を支えたのが母だったっていう。
うん
でもこういう会話は親子の間ではしてませんね。
うん
うん
だからそれがね、その被爆者っていうことだけじゃなくて、日本人は自分のことを語らずに自分
そう
で耐
です。
えて、
うん
で、外で一生懸命、働いて、おごることもなく、自慢することもなく、愚痴を言うこともなくっていう文化だったから、後から、ああ、聞いとけばよかったっていう方は、自分も含めて多いですけど、やっぱりなかなか語らない人たちでしたよね。もともと文化的に。
うん
だから今になってやっぱりそのアメリカの方とかいろんなこう方の影響があって、ああ、語らないとダメなんだなって、語ることに実はすごく意味があったってことに気づいて、こうやって話してくださるようになってますよね。ありがたいです。それが直接聞けたので。聞けていることも今日もですけど、直接聞けるのがありがたいです。よく直接聞ける最後の世代って言われるのを本当に実感しますね。
確かにそれはね。
うん
もう私の3歳の時の被爆経験は記憶がないですもん。だから最近ね、被爆証言をなさってる2歳だったとか3歳だったとかっておっしゃる方がね、被爆証言をしてらっしゃるのを聞いたら、いや、本当にね、その体験は覚えてらしたのかなって、ちょっとクエスチョンマークがつくのね。
あ、でもなんか思うのが、その人の記憶ってやっぱり塗り替わっていくから、だけど、その2歳とか3歳の時の体験した人にお話を聞くと、2歳や3歳だったんだなって思うのが、なんか綺麗だった。後から考えたら不謹慎だけど、要はいろんな薬品とかが一気に火がついたから、虹色みたいないろんな光が街で光ってて、で、これは何なんだろう、綺麗だなって思ったら、だんだんそれがキノコ雲で吸い込まれていく。だからそういう感情しか覚えてなくて、で、それってちょっと人としとった分別がある人は、そんな綺麗ってことが不謹慎って分かってるから、そこって記憶から薄れていくんだと思うんですね。でもちっちゃかったからごめんなさい。もう申し訳ないから今まで言えなかったけど、あの時は綺麗だったって思った記憶ですごいびっくりしたっていう記憶しかなくてっておっしゃる方もいるから、感覚で覚えてるのと多分申し訳なくてと思って誰にも言ってなかったから、塗り替わってないんじゃないかなと思うことがあるんですね。だからずっと活動を続けて何度もお話をしている方は、相手に言われた言葉とか、新しくリサーチしたことが加わってくるから、はい。だけど誰にも言えなかった人が最近口を開いたときに、なんか別々の場所で同じような話を聞くので、あ、2歳は2歳の、3歳は3歳の全く違う体験をしてたんだなっていうことが、ようやく最近聞けますね。だから何人も何人も被爆者のお話を聞かせていただくからこそ、なんか分かることがあるなとは思います。
なるほどね。
だから自分の友達のことしか覚えてないとか、で、あの時なんでか分からなかったけど、なんかその子が泣きそうだったけど分からなかったんだよねとか、そういうのしか覚えてなくて、で、後から他の証言集とか集めて初めて、あ、この子あの時に実は家族とはぐれて、その子も実は不安で泣きそうだったけど、泣いちゃいけない時ですよね、戦時中って。子供だけど泣かしてもらえなかった。から、泣きそうだったけどわからないって記憶だけが残ってたんだねってのが、後から他の方の証言を集めて初めて、この人とこの人の証言がこう重なって、本人は知らないけど、証言をずっと聞き続けてる私たちだけが分かることもあるんですよね。だからそこが
part of a family that had worked on something so destructive. And we were very small children and did not necessarily have very thought through thoughts on this. But one of the first thoughts I had was, how can I learn more about this and what is the afterlife of that today?
What were the family narratives that you grew up with around Zola's work?
Yeah. Make sure.
As you guys saw in the film, the way that his work was often explained in my family was really around like this was a job and this was something that he felt he had a duty to do as a US citizen when the government comes knocking at your door and asks you to use your expertise to solve what they frame as a situation of life or death. It's pretty hard to say no to that. And as we heard from my grandmother's letter to my father in the film, this is something that I think he didn't have the words or the emotional capacity to really express in his lifetime. But it's something that I, growing up, heard my father really struggle with, and my grandmother as well, because they were both very emotionally intelligent people who foregrounded the well-being and life of others in their work. And so hearing them talk about this was always double-edged, because there was a side of them where they were very proud of their ancestor and someone who made them who they were, for doing this very challenging, like scientifically very difficult work, but at the same time recognizing that these contributions led to a world that there's no way he could have foreseen at the time. And we still don't know what some of these effects are having on our planet and will continue to have as long as countries around the world have nuclear weapons and have the option to use them.
Thank you so much for sharing that context, as this is both such an entangled and emotional topic. And then something that we're tasked with in this class is spatializing our relationships to nuclear development. And I think it's interesting because we're working with an unconventional format like film. So how would you say that your family is spatialized in this story or in the film itself?
So one time when I was talking to my grandmother about her father's work, she pulled out some drawings and some maps that you guys saw earlier in the film. She was like, all right, let's look at this map of New York and New Jersey. My family was living in New York City at the time when my great-grandfather worked on the Manhattan Project. But I think it was about a year into his work on the project, he realized just how real of a threat to human extinction this work was. And he took a physical map and a physical compass. Those of us that have done like 8th grade geometry probably used them before, and drew a circle that centered Lower Manhattan. And it was a 25 mile radius circle, and bought a house and moved his family outside of what he presumed to be a reasonable blast radius. So spatialization has actually always been a part of this story for me. And then because a lot of the journals that we have of his, he talks about where he's going for work. He doesn't explicitly say what he's doing at work, but every single day he notes down at the top of the page what times he was in the office at 233 Broadway, which was the Manhattan Project headquarters. And when he's traveling between New York and Pennsylvania and Tennessee, scouting the various locations, he notes down that as well about how much time he spent traveling. So there's always been for me this relationship between time and distance and this type of work. So something that we've been trying to ask ourselves and explore through this project in this class is, how do we see the relationship between gender and domesticity in this story?
Yeah, so especially in the film, I think what's such a beautiful foundation is Rafi already has so much in common with their grandmother, and thinking about different domestic traditions, from domestic spaces, when we think about machinery, when we think about women's work as laborers and then men's work as workers back in the day, and as we think about Zola's story in relation to the Manhattan Project. And I think some of the concepts we were thinking through for domesticity and gender in the film was juxtaposing concrete images of domestic practices, and Rafi was just being themselves so perfectly with the sewing, and just doing different mundane behaviors. And then we cut intentionally to think about the memory, how we recollect memory, and how there's often gaps and like different spaces and nuances, and how we retell stories. So by not only bringing this story into a domestic space in a household, we're also introducing like soundscapes that refer to the external world, so like landscapes, nuclear plants. And that's the sounds that we montaged.
Wonderful. And so we'd like to open up again if anyone would like to respond to any of these questions we've shared with each other, or if you have really anything you'd like to contribute to this conversation as we kick off. Really, it's, I think, going to be a really wonderful afternoon of dialogue around this topic.
And accessibility too.
Hi, Rafi. Thank you so much for sharing this work. As someone who just watching and seeing kind of the little care and the nature of this story to you, I want to know kind of what is your thoughts on what is narrative and all that encompasses, especially for you since this story is has such deep roots. And as you've been engaging the archive, has your understanding of narrative changed or been informed? What has kind of been your development there?
It's a really great question. Thank you, Zoe. Something that we talked about the other day was the idea of the museum and the archive, and how both of those are really concepts that begin in the home. You can't really have a social type of museum if you want to consider domestic and daily life. So I think that's become, like, thinking about the everyday as a narrative has become a really important part of this project and this work. But also, I think narratives are something that we construct like over time and between people. So the narrative I have through my family is, some of it is very written down in journals and letters, but a lot of it has been orally passed on. And that is a very specific type of narrative that asks you to put your trust in the person telling you what you're hearing, and also to trust that you know how to respond and how to then bring that narrative forward. And then when we sort of meld those together between the narrative of what I have grown up hearing, what I've grown up being told, and the narrative that we're reading about and seeing both through the primary source material in this archive, and then supporting material around it, I think narrative sort of becomes this thing that jumps beyond just a framework and can become a means of actual connection.
Thank you so much for sharing all this wonderful work with us. I guess the question that I have has to do with, I guess, the structure and deployment of archival materials relative to then the more contemporary footage that has been captured, and how you kind of like navigated establishing a relationship across those two, because obviously like a lot of the archival material is foregrounded in the course of that film, and it then, like the more domestic gendered labor and space and just everyday life, sort of like takes over from that. And I guess I wonder, in terms of constructing the narrative of the actual video, how would you describe establishing the relationships back and forth between what these archival materials are, their content, what you want people to see from that, and then also what you want to see, like, don't want to, because you're controlling elements of what's available, relative to then seeing these little snippets of everyday life. Sorry, I hope that's a clear question.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So something I was thinking about, or something we were thinking about in the editing of the film, is trying to convey the story as close to real life as possible. And as I was rehashing my relationship to Rafi, as I was recording Rafi in the space, I actually followed the sequence of real time of how we actually like went about walking around the house together and also just recording the narrative. And then there's also a degree, I think, of poetics and thinking about like visual symbolism. And if you notice, like there's a couple of cuts that have like black slugs, about 1 to 2 seconds. I was thinking about how we close our eyes when we think about memories. So I kept montaging that in. And that's something we're still experimenting with, like that's still subject to change. I think our initial concept was creating a 2-channel film where the left side is this intentional presentation of the archive and then creating a parallel on the right. But I feel like this first iteration is showing something is so real time and personal. It's showing Rafi in this domestic space while recollecting the story humanizes the experience a lot more and creates an anchor to the audience to understand this like very entangled and emotional story. That answers your question.
All right, I think we are out of time. I need to hand it back to Vincent and Pin. Thank you all so much for being here today. And we look forward to the rest of the program.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? On Zoom, Sachiko-san, can you hear me? Okay, let's
Yes.
start. Okay, hello everyone. I'm Nobuhiro Mitsuoka. I'm a fellow of the GSD, and my teacher is Diane Davis. Thank you for today. And again, thank you very much for joining us today, this beautiful Sunday. Today's event is time to learn and talk about sustainable future with you. We humans are facing global challenges such as climate change, environmental destructions, and conflict. As a global citizen with a precious home in this earth, we will learn how we should change our way of life. The theme of the event is Dialogue for the Future on Planet Earth. Panelists who are experts in their field will show us how the world should be for a sustainable future. The panel discussion will be followed by a dinner. Everyone is invited. Let's enjoy discussing about the future of our international cuisines. From the time is the 6:30 p.m. The artist, okay, this event, the symbol is Isamu Noguchi. The artist Isamu Noguchi is the why he's the symbol is that he had hometowns in Japan and the US and continued to create sculptures in the hope that all human beings would live as global citizens. Despite suffering in the midst of World War II, and other conflicts between nations. When Japanese architect Kenzo Tange learned of Isamu Noguchi's dream to coexist between Japan and the United States, he asked Isamu Noguchi to design the bridge and cenotaph for the Hiroshima Peace Memorial Park. Though the cenotaph was not realized due to opposition at the time, the blueprint are stored here at the Special Collection Archive at the Harvard Graduate School of Design. In his effort of Isamu Noguchi and Tange, our event aims to highlight this work toward peace through the realization of the unbuilt peace monument. As Isamu Noguchi envisioned, we hope the peace moment will become a symbol of the movement to help people think more responsibility as citizens of the earth. So I will explain today's program. Okay, I'll make a little bit bigger. Okay. So from 1 p.m., already 1 p.m., opening remarks, and I will introduce Chief Organizing Team. And from 1:15, panel will start. The Future Forum. The panel is started at the guest speaker, Momoka Namikawa, and panelists are all GSDs and Kennedy schools and young readers. And the co-moderator is also the Harvard University student. And second panel is the screening paper lanterns with conversation. The guest speaker is Shigeaki and Kayoko Mori. Now they are connecting from Hiroshima. And panelist is Peter Greeley. Peter Greeley is the producer of paper lanterns and president emerite of Japan Society of Boston, and Barry, director of paper lanterns. And from 5, the last panel is the title is Sustainable Future. The guest speaker is Duncan Hart. He's the previous senior curator at Noguchi Museum. And panelist is Shinichiro Kurose, president of Japanese Museum, and Peter Greeley. Peter Greeley is a really good friend with Isamu Noguchi. And Claudia is from GSD, and Matthias is Kennedy School professor. And closing remarks is Dan Davis, my teacher. And yes, as I said, the dinner will start 6:30. The opening remarks with our dean, Sarah Ewery, opening remarks. This is today's program. Okay, now I'll introduce the opening remarks, the chief organizing team. So Ping and Benson and Sachiko and Tomo, please come to the podium. Hi, everyone, please welcome them with big hands. Okay, here's the best. Okay, so now first I'd like to introduce the Ping. Ping, could you?
Hi, my name is Pin Sankao. And I'm the student here in the mediums domain.
Hi, my name is Vincent Joseph. I'm also in the students in the mediums domain, and Pin and I are call snobs.
For visual description, I'm a Asian woman in my early 20s. I have black hair. I'm wearing pattern shirt, beige pants. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Tomohiro Ueda from Japan. First, thank you so much to everyone here, panelists and sponsors. I hope this program will provide you some heads up to reflect on now and the future of our planet Earth. And we would appreciate if you could take some concrete actions with your wish for peace as a global citizenship. So please enjoy today's session.
And Sachiko is from Hiroshima. Sachiko, please.
Hi, everyone. I'm so honored to be here. Actually, in Hiroshima used to be military base. So unfortunately, we sent many soldiers and then we had tragedy. That's why we changed our military-based city to the peaceful city. But it is not just in Hiroshima citizens' efforts. Many American goodwill citizens and people, international people came to Hiroshima and helped Hiroshima people to speak out because Japanese people didn't have any culture to speak out. But they told us, we citizens have to tell our opinions and share our experiences, and we have to unite and make a better world. That's why today, to think about what kind of future should be best, it is good to learn from how they changed the military-based city to the peaceful international city. Then we can think what kind of future we can have. So I'm so happy to invite many peacemakers from Hiroshima and join you and see you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nobu. Sachiko's speech is so good, so I have no word to say. But just I want to say thank you again. Especially I'd like to thank you to Ping. Yeah, she's the so great. She's the one of the only team. So did a great job a lot. So I'd like to thank you Ping again. And also my advisor, Dan Davis. So I really appreciate your advice. The reason why I came to Harvard is take your class. That is the reason. So last year, I took her SDGs 11, Sustainable Cities class. So that is I wanted to learn from Harvard. So I learned from her, and now Unsu and Cookies and that class member support, and we make this event together. And so that's why this is the future, sustainable future event. Yeah, past is also important that we display the facing the past, but this place is talk about the future. So that is today's event. So I appreciate all project members, our organizers. Benson, thank you. Tomo, thank you. Sachiko, thank you. So everyone, thank you very much. Okay, so thank you. Okay, so let's move to the next session. The next session is Future Forum. So let's start this forum. Okay, please welcome the moderators and panelists and speakers to the podium with big round of applause.
Hi, so our moderator for this session would be Jennifer Lee from MARC 2 and Angela Lopez Videla from MARC 1. And just a reminder that we encourage everyone to visually describe themselves and also state your name every time before you speak. Thank you so much.
Hello, sorry. This is Angela speaking. I am a 20-something-year-old Latina woman. I'm wearing a white shirt I have long brown hair. I am an MArch 1 student here at the Harvard GSD, and I'm excited to be here today with my co-moderator, Jennifer.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jennifer Lee. Feel free to call me Jen. We ask that anybody who speaks today or participates also mention their name just as an accessibility practice before speaking. So yes, I'm Jennifer. I represent Women in Design and currently an MArch 2 student in my thesis semester. And I think what we'll do is go around the table and just introduce ourselves. Starting with Laureen on this side.
Hi, everyone. My name is Laureen Endeleeb. I'm in the MDes Publics domain. I'm a woman in her late 20s. I'm South Asian, wearing a white vest, and I'm very excited to be here today.
Hi. Ooh, what is this? Okay. Hi, I am Rafael Tevas. Most people call me Rafi. I'm in my final semester of my master's in landscape architecture. I am a late 20s non-binary human being in a green jumpsuit and a bun that resembles a Dr. Seuss Lorax.
Hi everyone, my name is Angelica Oteiza, or you can just call me Angie. I'm a Latin American woman representing Latin GSD. I am wearing a white t-shirt and a white canvas jacket, and I'm in the landscape program, so.
Hello, everybody. I'm Alexandra Barnes. I am an MDes student in the publics domain with my colleague Laureen. I go through the She series. I am a half Korean, half American individual. I am representing Student Forum. I am wearing a leather jacket, a orange hair clip, and a scarf.
Hi everyone, I'm Ayman Fatma. I'm a South Asian woman in my late 20s, and I'm studying an Masters of Urban Design here at the GSD, and I'm wearing a green shirt with a white headscarf.
Hello everyone, my name is Sarah Jane Mortimer. I am a second year Master of Urban Design student here at the GSD. I'm a Caribbean woman, wearing her hair up in an afro and wearing a blue denim dress with a long sleeve blue mock neck.
Oh, okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Hannah Wong. I am a second year MArch student. I am a woman in her late 20s with albinism who has shoulder length white hair and is wearing a blue romper.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ayaka Yamashita. I finished up in this program in 2021, and then I'm doing the Doctor of Design program first year. And I'm a Japanese woman. My hair is maybe short, I don't know, like, and it's not too short, but like, and then wearing the white shirt, and then yeah. So nice meeting you all. Like, and I'm excited to be here. Thank you.
So hi, this is Jennifer speaking. Thank you everyone for the introduction. Now we direct our attention to peace communicator Momoka Namikawa, who in 2016 had presented the flower bouquet to President Obama at the Hiroshima Victims Memorial Cenotaph at Hiroshima Peace Memorial Park. Following this, we'll be participating and engaging with student leadership to form a dialogue surrounding how we, as a multitude of identities and perspectives, activate community here at the GSD. So I'll hand it over to Momoka.
Hello, I'm Momoka. Okay. What would you say if you were asked, what is peace for you? Since I was little, my answer has been the same. A world that is overflowing greenery, where everyone is smiling like the world you can find in a storybook. I want a world where everyone is smiling and where everyone thinks, whoa, nuclear weapons? What is that? We don't need them. I was born and brought up in Hiroshima, where the atomic bomb was dropped. We often hear Hibakusha's stories and messages directly, and learn about peace. When I was in elementary school, I just thought we learn about war in the past. I'm lucky to be born in Japan after it became a peaceful city. A war would never happen again. However, when I was in junior high school, I visited Hiroshima Peace Museum for the first time. I was shocked to see words like "I hate America" written in dialogue notebook, which are kept at the exit of Hiroshima Peace Memorial Museum for visitors to sign. That's because I had never felt hatred for the US. In all the years I had lived in Hiroshima, even though I'm a survivor's child. The Hibakusha are telling us that nothing good comes from hatred, and that they do not want anyone else in the world to go through the experience such as war. Being forced to hate and kill someone, or being killed, or losing their beloved family and friends. I always felt that this is the reason why they tell us about the experience they don't want to remember. So, when I was in high school, I joined several peace activities and have continued my own activity until now. I want to convey Hibakusha's messages, and I do not want to get separate from my family and friends due to war. With this in mind, I hold events where ordinary people can interact with Hibakusha in small groups, hoping that many people will be able to learn from Hibakusha directly and feel closer to them rather than letting it end up as an event of the past. However, I always hold events with Japanese-speaking people in Japan, as I'm not good at speaking English and had expected someone who is fluent in English may send our messages to the world. However, I changed my mind. Just after we were glad to see Treaty on Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons entered into force on 22nd January 2021. The war between Russia and Ukraine started and continued. The nuclear war is about to become a reality. Though there have been many conflicts around the world, it is the very first time that I felt a sense of crisis. Although Japan is a war-bombed country on SNS, I saw many opinions like Japan should consider possessing nuclear weapons. The 3 non-nuclear principles do not fit the current era, and Japan should be prepared to use military force. It brought tears to my eyes. I wonder why people's thoughts were turning toward the use of military force so easily. Is it okay as long as our country is safe? I wonder if those who tell such opinions imagine what nuclear war may bring to their families and friends, future generations, and all living creatures on Earth. The war between Russia and Ukraine involved innocent citizens, as if it had a balance weighting the importance of each person's life. I see people emotionally think that they must save the Ukrainian people rather than the Russian people. I realize that this is war culture and the value Hibakusha experienced. I'm truly sad, as I believe that no one's life in the world is worthless, and I am so scared of war that turns warm and kind people cruel. That's why I decided to learn English and share what I've learned from Hibakusha today. Nothing good comes from hatred and war. Peace can only come from dialogue. Imagine our state in which we live now, and our beautiful life plan will disappear at this very moment with one single nuclear weapon. Hibakusha talk about nuclear weapons because these weapons have the power to destroy both our current and future happiness on our planet. I want to tell you all how grateful we live in a peaceful state which has been made by countless people's effort. What do you think about the fact that there are several weapons in the world today that can destroy this everyday life, that we take for granted in an instant, and that they are about to be used? I want you to work together so that we can create a world in which all the people in the world can live with a smile and peace of mind without any fear. One Hibakusha said to me, "I've often had nightmares at the end of the dream. I am always unable to save my mother, even after decades." Another said, "On the day the war ended in Japan, I thought I could sleep well from now on. If the next war starts, I will commit suicide." When I asked one Hibakusha to give some message to us living in the post-war period, he said, "You may live before another war starts." After World War II, Hibakusha, American goodwill students, and international people have overcome the fear and hatred in the past. They built their relationships and worked hard to make this world more peaceful. They tell us not to repeat the war and their terrible experience, not to create a world where people think that we live pre-war. But war and their concerns are reality. That's why I decided to use English and work with international people. Let's make a world where all the people on this earth will smile and say, "War? Nuclear weapons? What's that? There is no need." Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Momika. That was really, really inspiring. Your experience and like having all these stories in your back pocket from the Hibakusha from Hiroshima, it's really a lot to take on, and to turn around and kind of share a message of peace is so commendable. Also, like taking the initiative to learn English and like work with international people to spread this message to a wider audience is so impressive. And I I hope that more people will hear your voice and work together for a more peaceful world. So thank you.
Thank you, Momoka, again for such a beautiful and heartfelt and personal recollection. As mentioned previously, this panel leans towards student groups, methods of community, which I'm going to start opening the floor to, leading to our first question. The first being, how are we overcoming differences to break down barriers and encourage mutually beneficial collaboration across the GSD? And I'm just going to open the floor to our student leaders.
Hi, hello. This is Alexandra Barnes speaking. I think the first thing that comes to my mind, I think especially since I've had the honor and great privilege to be able of Student Forum, being able to talk to so many people across various disciplines, also various backgrounds, very different lived experiences as well. And how in various courses that I've taken throughout my time at the GSD, there have been really one another feeling comfortable enough to share a space and feel cared for and feel safe to share your lived experiences. And so I think that there has been, it's wonderful in this panel. I know many of you here, and how every single time I've always shared a space with each of you, you've always been so open and so careful in how you approach topics and how you engage with your team. And I think that level of care developed throughout my time and my experience, and how I also experience with many of the people at GSD, they also feel that. So beautiful.
This is Sarah Jane speaking. I am representing the National Organization of Minority Architects student group here at the GSD. And in the past, I've also been affiliated with the African American Student Union. And I can say that a lot of times what it is creating space so that we can all be ourselves and share parts of ourselves that we may not always be able to share in the trays or in Piper Auditorium, for instance, and creating opportunities through activities and just opening that space, not always having it be this rigid discussion or a rigid, formal space. So opening up, creating opportunities to create safe spaces where we may be able to share our stories. We have had events, for instance, about storytelling, so we can further understand each other and understand opportunities in which we have similarities, but also differences, and where we can fill in those gaps for each other, as well as being translators sometimes between administration and students. So in spaces that we create with NOMAS, for instance, it's understanding what the GSD has to offer, but also what the GSD cannot always offer, which is something that us students can bring to the table. So finding ways to create spaces where that can, exist is very important in a few of these student organizations that I've been in.
I can start. I'm Eamon speaking. I would say, I think the most important thing here is to stop to listen to people. I think that's something I've noticed a lot of student organizations and a lot of people doing. I think that's a great practice for any at any level, not just in school, for the future, because sometimes we just get so busy in the process of things that we forget to stop and just listen and to what's happening around us. I think that gives us a lot of cues and to how to move forward and how to maybe even solve problems that might rise ahead.
Hi, this is Angie speaking. Second Angie. And just adding to the wonderful things that my fellows have shared. I think, of course, it's about creating a diversity of spaces where more people can feel that they can be themselves and that they can explore identities as we shift from different academic to personal to formal and informal spaces while we spend time here together. So I think for me and for us, I guess coming from Latin GSD group, it's about creating more different spaces, like as many as possible, so that sometimes even when someone is not from the Latin community can come and share, and finding those opportunities to link together different cultures, different backgrounds, and even opening up to people who may just want to come and explore and learn about another culture. And I guess it's just about opening doors.
Opening the front door.
And Ayaka speaking, and coming from that international development field. First and foremost, I think GSD offers the GSD is about the art and designs, the fundamental things, and that we do it in the classes and discussion. I mean, all the work that we do, and then I think it's that is I believe in art and design has a kind of power to create the dialogue through through the process of making it. And then I think that this is my 4th year in a GSD, and then I met lots of beautiful people, and it's from the different backgrounds, and then we create together the artwork and design work together, and then I learned a lot through the process, and I think that the dialogue itself has been really the beautiful things, and so I think, yeah, I think that is, though we have a lot of differences and then the cultural differences, or yeah, anyway, and everyone is different, but an art and design has a power to, it's something more future. We of course can look at the past, but I think that we can bring the discussion towards the future. And then I think that is something I really enjoying. And then I really enjoy this school nature. So yeah.
This is Lorraine speaking. I feel like all of the fellows shared so many wonderful qualities, but just to add, I wanted to mention student-led coalition building based on passion and also meaning making and empathy, which I think is very unique at the GSD, and the opportunity for us to share our unique identities, no matter what our backgrounds are, from our unique geographies, no matter what disabilities or different formats we may communicate in, no matter what part of the world you're from at the GSD, you can find a group that represents your identity. And if it's not there, I feel like students are so passionate about starting new groups. And usually it's not a problem for the most part. So I really admire that about the GSD in creating those spaces.
Hello, this is Rafi. Adding on to what Lorraine was just saying, I'm thinking back, Lorraine and I used to be co-chairs of Queers in Design here. And something that I found to be incredibly important and beautiful from the time we got to work together in that space was creating venues for open and vulnerable intersectionality between student groups at the GSD. I think this is something incredibly unique to the passionate people here, that we're able to get in a room together with people from very different identity-based groups and other related groups at the GSD, and have that be the focal point of an open dialogue, and be able to tell those stories and share those stories with each other in an effort to build out all of our perspectives, to have more, I guess, more sides to them, more nuanced ways of looking at every interaction that we have and every problem that we encounter. Because ultimately, as we're going into fields looking at building the environment and world in which we all live, we have to think about this from a point of intersection instead of a point of difference.
This is Hannah speaking. I'm here representing the student group Designable, the student group focused on students with disabilities, but also as a person with low vision and legal blindness, and kind of echoing what my fellow panelists have said about vulnerability and listening and creative inclusive space. One of the things that I requested today was that everyone would speak their name before speaking, and also provide visual descriptions of themselves so that I was able to participate in the conversation in ways that maybe I wouldn't have traditionally been able to. And I think this is one of the ways in which those kind of safe spaces that everyone's been talking about is created. And it may seem like a very simple thing to do, to say your name or to describe how you look, but it's a really important method of inclusion for people who may not have the same abilities as others. And so I really wanted to emphasize that listening to other people's needs and understanding that simple things that we can all do to accommodate those needs. And it's not difficult to make people feel included or accepted, and to really emphasize that just listening to those needs is a way to make people feel that safety and an acceptance that I think we're all striving for.
Hi everyone, this is Yolanda Yuan Lu. I'm the co-president of China GSD. Yeah, I'm gonna to say that I really appreciate this opportunity of having this physical space of bringing people together and celebrate what we are in common and our ideas. I really I'm really grateful of the curators who have these events, and also for the pavilion outside this room. I remember that at the beginning of this year, when China GSD was co-curated the events of the Lunar New Year series outside there, I literally got so much help from the curators and also Nabu installing that installation. And it is from that moment I feel like we really need to connect with other student groups instead of only hosting our internal meetings or events. I'm also so glad to see you all. I remember the dance project I had with Lauren and Hannah, and I really would like to bring this personal connection beyond itself to the groups behind us too.
Thank you so much for sharing. I guess I'd also kind of just like to echo what I've heard today. I'm sort of representing Brazil GSD as on the team of the co-chairs. That was actually an experience where they didn't have a club for us, and so we created our own. And I guess we could move on to the next question. We have a second prompt here. The question is, what do we think is creating obstruction and barrier in efforts to create an environment that encourages mutually beneficial collaboration?
Hi, it's Angie speaking. I think that's a tough question in the sense that it's going to be different for every individual. By this nature of it, we're all going, individually going through many things, not only academically, but personally. So sometimes perhaps it's easy to forget about the compassion on the fact that, yes, apart from our work and our passion for design, which is what brings us together here, there is this other layer, just human, just regular life that is happening in each individual here. So sometimes it's easy to forget, as we are so passionately driven. And I mean, I don't think there is an answer to this question, but sometimes we forget because we're just so passionate and so driven. So I guess that would be one for me. But I can't claim to speak for everyone.
Hello, this is Alexandra speaking. I think to build off of what Angie just spoke about, how we each individually have something going on. And I think in particular within GSD as well, there is the nature of each program gets very siloed into one another. And it's so hard sometimes for, you know, I'm an MDes, and sometimes it's hard for me to connect with like my NAUD students and, you know, the MLAs and the MUPs and, you know, all of these various programs that are so embedded, but also build the GSD community. So in that sense, it's kind of funny, like we're all in our own little worlds. And sometimes I think the way we sort of break those barriers is when we have these events and like these coalitions and these discussions that help remind us that despite all of these barriers that and obstructions that are created, we can still, there's a porosity to it, and we can dissolve that through the dialogues that we have amongst one another. Yeah, please.
I don't know if we're allowed to speak to this. I just building up on top of that. Yeah, I mean, it's like we're these very, very complex Venn diagram and it's overlapping and moving. So it's like we need those spaces to break and make it porous, I guess.
This is Sarah Jane speaking. I think at times the tangible resources becomes a very big obstruction. At times, maybe it's about finding a physical space, you know, whether we have to book a space or find a space outside of the GSD sometimes. And monetary resources is definitely one. But I think sometimes we can become so creative and passionate, as you mentioned, about something we want to accomplish, and understanding that even the resource of time can be limited sometimes, and taking our great ideas sometimes to a smaller scale, or allowing it to play out over time rather than having something happen, you know, in this, you know, big moment, I think is definitely a barrier. And it's hard to realize sometimes that, you know, you think, hey, I only have 2 years here at the GSD, like I have to make something happen. I have these great ideas and these great people I can collaborate with, and they might not always be in this space, but being able to expand outside of that and outside that understanding of the time or the resources that we have in order to collaborate, I think definitely is something, you know, I know a lot of people are kind of like working through and towards. So understanding what collaboration may look like outside of the GSD, still with the GSD in mind, for instance, or, you know, finding a way to be creative about the resources that we don't have tangibly, and how we can push our creativity a little further, despite, you know, that lack of resources, including time.
This is Alexandra again. I just want to quickly touch upon what Sarah Jane just mentioned about time, and how time, we got a short time, our lifespans, but also our time here at GSD, but also I think that it expands beyond this. And I think I've had many conversations here, and I think that a lot of the times it's like, when we put in the effort, we put in the foundation, so that not only what we do here, it's not just with us, it's within the next generation. And it's not even within the next generation of GSD. I think it's like the next like generation after we pass away into this next life. So so thank you for bringing up time, Sarah Jane.
This is Eamon speaking. I do agree with, like, I would like to echo whatever all of you said so far, but I would like to also reiterate about the individuality part. I think individuals are also like, there's this big, like that Venn diagram, there's this individual, then there's this community, and then it's like a very complex thing. But like sometimes, for example, I identify as a Muslim religiously, so I like you have to see that like there's so many personal like, you know, you have your identity, you have your religious like beliefs, and you have some restrictions. It's really hard hard to find space within, like, as a minority space, in terms of activities, in terms of what kind of people's like social activities that people do, and how can you participate in, like, to what extent you can participate in. So I think that's something I feel like a little bit restriction into, like, in terms of like a very diverse society. Generally, but I do agree with the element of time. I think all of us in the world have very few, like, very few years in terms of like the whole, like the imagination, even like the atomic, like the nuclear imagination that we look at, it's got effects like, for a very long time. So yeah, that's something really important to consider.
This is Lorraine speaking. I think my reflection extends off of what Eamon mentioned, but I think when we think about the relationship between student and faculty, especially, it's really important to emphasize re-education around our unique identities, whether we have different pronouns or different accommodations that we may need in class. I know often at the beginning of the semester, like my pronouns get mistaken, or faculty often make assumptions about our identities. And I think just having that simple shared understanding and just platform for empathy and re-expressing ourselves is something that really fosters diversity and inclusion at the GSD.
Hey, it's Rafi here. Again, building off Lorraine. That's such a brilliant point, I think, around the relationships between students and faculty in this building. And yeah, I would echo that. I've been here for 3 years, and out of my 6 or 5.5 studios, I've had, I think, 3 professors who have gotten my pronouns correct. And I don't just mean on the first time. I mean, like, time and time again. So there's this enormous, like, pressure placed upon students to do the educating and do the work instead of the faculty doing that work on themselves. But I think that also for faculty comes down to an element of time. Like, this seems to be something that, as we try to build these connections and these coalitions between student groups, there does feel like this almost time gap between the timeline that we as students here who are here for a relatively short period of time, how we operate compared to faculty who are here for, say 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. And then this speaks to like the larger dynamics that you see in universities around the speeds at which different members are acting. So finding those ways to bridge those gaps. And I think it's also worth mentioning in terms of like scarcity of resources like time. I think another scarce resource in design schools, I think in particular, is the resource of collaboration versus competition. And I think the GSD as a Beaux-Arts, curricula school, we are taught from core 1 in whatever program we're in that it's a competition and we are here to beat our peers. Whereas what if we reframe that as we are here to work with our peers? We are here to learn from our peers and to teach our peers. Think about how much more we could all access and gain if we just reframed it that way.
Hi, this is Angela speaking. I'd like to build off of what Rafi just said. I think that, yeah, it definitely feels like we are being kind of put against each other sometimes when you're trying to like better your skills and your talents in a place of academia like this. And I hope that given the kind of day we've had and the conversations we're having, especially following Momika's really inspiring speech, I hope that we can kind of move forward in the thought that like, if something good happens to your neighbor, then something good is happening to all of us. I guess I'd also like to add Angela again. I think also the line of thought of like having the administration kind of getting in the way, I think we all feel that. And I think that's like kind of an important point to make. It's like, we feel most comfortable when we're kind of in a place where we can be ourselves and be vulnerable and feel equal. And I think that's a really sacred space to be like all in the same boat, and to like have the people in power, whatever that kind of situation may be, to be removed in some spaces so that we can like communicate properly.
So we've been talking about like in diversities and inclusions, then I how I can say this one. I wanted to also ask the questions to the Momoka. Like since like she's been here, so like it's Momo my question, I mean like though like we're talking about the GSD situations, but like maybe we could ask a little bit about like that's the Japan situations about like in diversities and inclusions and situations, and then maybe like a little bit her stories around there, like and it's would be good, like Momoka-san。
はい。
はい、なんか今の質問で、今なんか多様性とかインクルージョンみたいな話をしてるんですけど、日本での多様性とかインクルージョンについて、なんか桃香さんの考えを少し教えてもらえたらなというふうに思ったんですけど。
はい。多様、日本でどんなふうに、私の周りでいいって感じ。
感じてる多様性とかインクルージョンの話っていうところで話伺えたらいいです。
私は何て言うんだろう。私日本人ですけど、そういうどこの国出身とか、本当に関係なく、なんだろう、コミュニケーションを取ることによって、なんだろうな、友達になれば、敵にはならないなって私自身は考えてて、平和教育を受ける中ですごい、私は、日本人っていうカテゴリーの中にいるけど、友達がアメリカの子だったら、アメリカの子と、簡単に言えば喧嘩したいとなんて絶対思わない。そういうのを一つ一つの関係性を積み上げることによって、なんだろう、多様性を受け入れることができる。そんな風にすごく思います。書いたね。
I was trying to translate. She was talking about like we've been talking about like in how that communication is important, like when we create like in a very inclusive space, and then she agreed with that, like, and she thinks like in that no matter where you're from, like in the Japanese or Americans or wherever you're from, like, and it's that it is very important to create like the communication first, and then like if you become friends, like you will not become an enemy. And then she believes that it's very important to build on those small relationships little by little, and then again, so that will be the key for creating those inclusive and the celebrating the diversity. So that's what she said, and I just wanted to include her a little bit in our conversations. So thank you.
I just wanted to add, I think when we were talking about listening and we were talking about giving people moments to speak up, in one of the introductory remarks, the speaker mentioned about how the Japanese people did not have the culture of speaking up, but they were like, because of this Hiroshima incident, and after that it was an attempt to teach them how to speak up for themselves, and I thought that was something really powerful in terms of bringing this into awareness and into the world.
Hi, this is Alexandra. Momoka, thank you so much for sharing that. I think that it's so important for us to remember that, because everything that we do here, we're building relationships and memories, and that carries with us. And so I think also in this moment in time, we are having this like beautiful moment with you. And I think that's gonna resonate with us very deeply, especially with your experiences as well, and how we sort of move forward and navigate in future relationships with others.
Yeah, this is Angela speaking. I think I also just want to add, I think it's not a small thing that we're all sitting at this table. And I think we're all pretty blessed to have met people like the people that are sitting at this table. And I think we're able to communicate because we've been blessed to be in a place where we share space with people who are super different from us. And we're learning about each other and like telling each other stories and making friends. And that's how we're able to communicate in this way. Because being in a silo kind of, you wouldn't have this ability that we've learned. So that is something that I think we would all hope that we can all have. Yeah, if anybody else has anything to add.
Hi, everyone. This is Jennifer speaking. I think just on the topics of obstruction and barrier, we are speaking so much about time, and I think also this term capacity is a very relevant one from students, but I think I've really been enjoying the conversation towards intersectionality. I think the beauty of the student organizations is that leadership is run by people, and we're all individuals who are very multidimensional. And so I think this kind of showcases itself within the programs themselves, whether if they're in courses, but also just speaking to each other, but also this ambition for each group, and also the coalitions between groups and collaboration. I'd love to move the conversation back towards that, whether they're about events or really fulfilling moments that we've been having as anecdotes of what's happening at the GSD, where it's student-led, it's student-run, student participated.
I think I'm just gonna, this is Alexandra speaking. Before I came here, I was with the Alumni Council. And I just wanted to bring that to the table because I think it's just reinforcing the fact that whatever we do here, we have a choice to continue to participate in what we are a part of. And I think that's really important because then it's not just, we can say that we had this experience and then afterwards we can say, okay, we're done. We can cut our relationship. But I think then we're doing a disservice to what we're trying to build here at this school, because I think, as everyone has mentioned at this table, that we're all trying to create a more inclusive space. And even though our time here will be coming to a short end, we need to be mindful of how we can continue to provide that support afterwards. And I think I just like to tie it to this current event about the future of our planet, because I think it's clearly exhibited here that we are all multidimensional and we all come from various parts geographically, but at the end of the day, we are inhabiting one planet. And even though that sounds cheesy, like, it's very real. And I think we should really sit with that, and how what we're experiencing in this particular moment is being shared across the waters in Japan. And I think that by having this continued dialogue and being mindful of the fact that, like, you shouldn't just think of this event as like this one event and move on. We should continue to carry this moving forward because we are all in it, and we owe it
This is Rafi. Jumping off of that, that's a really good point, Alexandra. I think something that is very unique about a space like the GSD, and this is a theme that's come up a lot in the interdisciplinary art and design class Lorraine and I are taking, that the film you saw earlier is coming out of, where we're looking at, and in it as well, we're looking at sort of all these different dimensions of how art and design interact with the topic of nuclear weaponry and really just like the nuclear imagination. And at a time where it seems to not be on a lot of people's minds, which is honestly terrifying. And we've had the opportunity in this class to speak with representatives from the United Nations Disarmament Committee, and they're like very, very freaked out by the fact that more people aren't freaked out right now, which is a really interesting experience to be in a room with a bunch of UN officers who are like, this is really scary. Why aren't you more scared? But something that they keep bringing, these UN officers keep bringing to those of us in the class, is this idea of how critical the role of artists and designers is in shaping global human experience around issues that are truly incomprehensibly terrifying. And I think we can make the argument that that is the case for anything regarding nuclear weaponry. And it's the same thing for our planet as we see climate change take effect. I mean, it was like 90 degrees here Fahrenheit in Boston yesterday, which is pretty unusual for April. And so I think like being at a place like the GSD while we're tackling these issues, while there are all these limiting factors like around time and administrative support that we've discussed, there's such a rich opportunity and really rich set of things happening in this space around that.
Yeah, this is Angie speaking. Building up on what Rafi was just saying, I agree. I think this is an opportunity, first of all, to reflect around these things, because as we go about our days, it's easy to just switch to operational mode. So having this opportunity to remember that, first of all, we share so much, even though we're individuals, and we share vulnerabilities to the same dangers. In this case, for example, when talking about nuclear hazard. So reflecting back again on our role as designers, artists, planners, I'm sorry if I'm missing any discipline, but like people who are shaping and reimagining the built spaces that we inhabit, there is such an opportunity, first of all, for the nature of this professional area, but also when we start building up on our shared spaces, because we can create more comprehensive in the intelligence. In the end, whatever we create, it's a shared intelligence that we have been building in collaboration with our peers, our faculty, and as well with our individual paths, which come with a big cultural baggage. So we're basically like synthesizing and translating visions, collaborative visions into space, I think.
I can add to that. I think one thing that I feel as designers we lack is agency and power. And I think in the time or the urgency of today, that when we're realizing that we have a lot of capacity to communicate these things, to bring people like to action, I think we need to learn how to find our place in these spaces of power where people make decisions, or influence them in some way. Because I feel, for example, I come from Pakistan. Pakistan is one of the few countries that have not signed the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. And I mean, before, like, I have been living my whole life there, but I never even had the concern of even thinking that there's this, we have atomic bombs and we have this country right next to us, India, that we're constantly in some kind of, a conflict with. And both of us have the same, like, we have not signed this treaty, and there can be a chance of nuclear war for some reason. But I never, how we're talking about that, nobody's scared of this, because it's just something that's so abstract that we're not and we're not just like even aware of the scenarios that can possibly happen. So it's just something that we as artists, we as people who are very good at communicating things to people, is something that we can start to build our power on. Sorry, this was Eamon speaking.
Hi, this is Yolanda. Yeah, I really resonate with all what you guys are saying. Also, I appreciate this opportunity that we can really like get together to talk about something big, which is like sounds a little abstract or far from us when we are individuals. I also remember I also was taking that interdisciplinary like art and design class, which I remember the topic last year was survivalism, which sounded a little scary at the first, but then when I like start to know other people like in the world, I start to understand that it really like even takes some efforts for someone to just survive. So yeah, I think like this opportunity of like listening the stories from all of you guys and Momaka and like people who are living in a different place and have really different backgrounds and experiences really makes me like all of us to like focus on like things like freedom, world peace, like climate change, all those like big issues, which sounds like not of our own business previously, but now we really feel how relevant they are to ourselves.
This is Lorraine speaking. I think in the theme of thinking about the future and also taking care of the future, it's also thinking about future generations and youth, and also thinking about future cohorts at the GSD. In the same class with Rafi, we had the opportunity to speak to youth about these nuclear issues. And it's just as important to talk to young people about these issues of urgency and gain their perspective and learn from them. And also during my time at the GSD, when I was the co-chair of cruising design with Rafi, I got to see a really beautiful diversity transformation in that organization, where that organization was historically white, cis, male led. And during my time, there was this transition to creating more intersectionalities with different affiliate groups and welcoming different people with different backgrounds that actually allowed people to not only talk about what it means to be queer and a designer, but to also share a space where not all of us are allowed to be queer from the places that we come from. And that created like a breakthrough in the organization, I feel like. And although Rafi and I aren't in the organization anymore, the organization is now like all people of color led leadership team. So that was really beautiful to see during my time here.
Hi, this is Jen speaking. I think with all that said, we're going to open the floor to questions from the audience.
Thank you for the great discussion. It was very inspiring to listen to your experiences, and thank you for sharing your thoughts. I guess I have a question about just your personal thoughts on what the importance of empathy and caring is for the designer, because that's kind of what we do. So I'm from Korea, which is like a very homogenous society. And so I found myself like having to unlearn a lot of my biases after coming to this very multinational, international school. But I guess I'm just curious about what you think is really necessary as a designer to be caring and empathetic. Just your personal thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. This is Sarah Jane speaking. I think it starts with really doing the work. Before we put pen to paper and come up with these solutions and complex ideas that we have, I think it's very much worth learning about what we don't know. And I know we all do the research, but I think it's about lived experience. We talked about the built environment, but I feel like we don't always talk about experience as much, even though we are creating an experience. And this idea of empathy is about understanding people's experiences, whether or not we have had similar ones. And I think a lot of the times we're really good at, you know, understanding the grading of the soil, or, you know, what kind of climatic region we're in. And we can go into that a lot, and even down to a science, but understanding the lived experience of the people we're designing for and around, I think is very important. And I don't think it's always at the forefront when we design. Sometimes it's an afterthought. Sometimes we're like, well, we have this shape and this idea that we think is a solution. We're going to put it here, and then we're going to figure out how people interact with it. And I think understanding the people before that, or even understanding that even when we talk about climate change or environmental justice, we can't assume that a solution that has existed somewhere else is the cookie cutter to exist in another place, or that this is the best idea or the right idea. I think it's very much about that idea of the experience, and not coming with our assumptions. You know, we talked about barriers earlier, and I think assumptions is just a really big barrier. We see someone and we're like, I think I know your story, but that's not it, right? And so I feel like letting go of these assumptions and going into something, despite how many years we've been in architecture school, for some people it becomes about 8 years, I don't know, but yeah, I think letting go of these assumptions, asking the questions, and being willing to listen. And when we see that we're working with someone who is not open or willing to listen, having that conversation, opening that dialogue, and not letting someone just steamroll without really understanding other people's experience in that matter.
This is Eamon speaking. Thank you for your question. I think just to build on what Sarah Jane said, I think previously I talked about us not having power in some places, but I think when, as a designer, you have this power to shape the world around you, right? So, and a lot of times when people have power, it has this tendency to give you this idea of like being up, like above something, you know, above some people, and the what do you call it? This is like a power poison, but then an antidote to that is empathy, right? And empathy makes you grounded. And I think something like for a long time, designers, like the ones that have been celebrated, have been people who really like who have a big ego and who think that, you know, like design is something that is, I don't know how to describe it. Yes, but then nowadays, with also especially with the globalized world and with us communicating with each other all across the globe, we're starting to see that there's a lot of urgency in things, and that we as a designers have to leave our egos behind. We have to ground ourselves and find solutions to problems with the qualities of like of the design thinking and all of these qualities that we have, and we have to move beyond these egos. And I think that's why this conversation is changing now, and we're talking about listening to people, we're talking about communities, we're talking about grounding ourselves. So first we have to realize what kind of designer do we want to be, right? If we want to be those be those big people with our egos and design what we want to do versus what is useful for people, I think that's the beginning question of it.
I just want to add, sorry, this is Angie speaking. I just want to add quickly to this, two amazing answers, which brought to my mind the importance of iteration, because in the end, we're producing these artifacts or designs. And like you said, Eamon, like it can come from a place of ego or not, or many assumptions that we may make, even though we do research, like nothing is ever going to be perfect. So if we can come up and if we make time to come up with a time for an iteration, and we allow the object to go out there and be reshaped by someone else's ideas and some like the user's knowledge and intelligence, it's just letting go that the precious object that we spend so much time designing is allowed to change and to shift towards what other visions may have to add. I think it's how I think about it in a very grounded designer practice way, I think.
This is Alexandra. Thank you again. And to build off of what these wonderful humans have said already, I think it's also, I mean, we're talking about humans, and I think we should also include like the non-humans that we coexist with as well. And I think in addition to this, it's like wanting to be curious. Like I think curiosity is a really big component. Like why are we the way that we are right now? And I think having that level of curiosity for wanting to understand this individual is like really important. And to the point of these lived experiences, and I think understanding like we're not the only inhabitants, and like understanding that we're a part of a larger ecosystem, and that we're not at the apex of every single thing that we do in this life. And I think we need to be extremely conscientious of that. And I think that further creates this sort of like empathy, because we're like grounding ourselves that we're not, again, at this pinnacle. We are just all amorphous and intertwined with one another. So thank you.
Oh, you.
Fine. Maybe this will be, sorry, I just took the mic off the stand. This is Jen again. Thank you, Insoo, for the question. I think to answer it also, sorry, just a second. I think it starts with us as individuals having kind of, also to what Sarah Jane is saying, kind of having this like base level understanding of where we're coming from and really following through with these values. Previously we mentioned agency and power. I think this has so much of a role, even though we're going to be coming out of the school as either entry to intermediate level professionals, that we do still have this agency in which projects we want to participate in and which ones we would like to avoid. And I think this also has to do with who and which entities that we'd like to be associated with. Also to what Ali is saying about kind of human and also non-human, I think there is this idea of being able to let go of not only in what we're involved in, what we build, but also just our everyday effects. There's just a lot of, I think, opportunity to what Lorraine is also saying about empathy and reacting to that, and also, yes, like letting go, like for getting away from enforcement and more towards building community. I think with that, if we'll take another question and I think close this section of the panel out.
Before that, just add like a last really beautiful quote regarding the empathy thing is like nothing about them without them. I feel it like avoid using the word for, since we cannot really like speak for somebody or design for them.
Hi, my name is Eri Maeda. So I'm Japanese. I'm educated in the US and Japan. So I'm wearing my pronouns are she, her, hers, and I'm wearing a white blouse and a blue jacket. So my question is regarding expressing your narrative through art, and at the same time you are expressing your art through as an individual, and at the same time as like a whole group representing or advocating something in your group of nationality or minority groups. And I feel like there's gradations regarding that. Not all, it's hard to make a statement of advocating for someone, and it's very hard to understand fully to represent all of your minorities ideas or opinions. And how do you actually tackle that? Because it's just as a leaders, I feel like you're representing like diverse, inclusive group and advocating for someone. But how do you take that and balance your individuality through a narrative? If that is a question, if that makes sense, yes.
Yes, I think that does make sense. I think a big part of it, and it is definitely difficult because, especially as representatives of groups, as you mentioned, but I think a big part of it is knowing when to pass the mic. I think a lot of the times we might get stuck in trying to create this monolithic representation of experiences, which I can't say is possible. And I think it helps if we try our best to speak on our own experiences and then be able to pass the mic. I think it is a tough question just in general because at times it is helpful to be able to create a representation of a multitude, but I do definitely believe that it becomes it can become a little muddy in that way. So whether it's opportunities or whether it's creating spaces to represent oneself, I think if we can develop these I guess correlations between our individuality and a group setting, being able to allow someone to speak for themselves and pass that mic, I think is my way of answering.
Thank you for the question. I think my response to that is actually quite similarly. And I think as a designer, I have my own experiences, my own individuality, but I also understand that like my being a part of a particular group, the fact that I'm here, I have a great privilege and I've learned so much because of that. And so whenever I enter certain spaces, especially within the courses that I've taken and the different individuals I have interacted with, I'm extremely intentional of understanding like we're both people, but I want to give space to somebody else. And so as a designer, I have learned I have a bunch of tools. We all got a bunch of tools in our tool belt. And I just want to make sure that like I can just communicate what the stakeholder wants, the group that I'm wanting to represent, the individual that I want to represent. It's always, I think, very, very consciously this making sure that it's not about me and it's about them, and having this reciprocal conversation continuously. And what Angie was talking about earlier about iterations, it's like, and everybody here was talking about, you just don't design one thing and then that you call it. It is going to take a lot of time and effort and like commitment. And sometimes it's going to be really hard and you are going to butt heads. But at the end of the day, like everybody is, hopefully, or like collectively trying to strive for something that is always going to be grounded and representative of the people and also the non-human people of these sorts of projects that we're engaging with. Yes.
I had kind of lost my train of thought in the middle of what I was saying earlier, but I think adaptability is definitely a big one. Allowing people, like being able to create a space is one thing, but allowing people to appropriate in a more positive form of the word, appropriate a space and make it their own through adaptability, I think is another way through design.
Did we answer your question? Okay.
It was clear to me. And I know it's a continuous growing process. And yes, I really enjoy your comments and answers. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Are you a designer?
I actually not, but I really enjoy designs and art. And yeah, I I really do respect the art and architecture. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I think that closes, hi, this is Jen. I think that closes out Future Forum, our panel. So just thank you to all our speakers in the audience.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Momoka and Ivan, Sardrain, Yolanda, Alexandra, Angelica, and Rorin, Rafi, Hannah, Jennifer, Angela, Ayaka. Please give him a big round of applause again. Thank you. Thank you, Momoka.
Thank you.
Okay, now we will have a small break. From 2:40, the screening paper rundown will start. So about 7 to 10 minutes break, and please come back to seat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. ありがとう。ありがとう。ありがとう。
No, no, it's okay. I know where things are, but I think it should be fine.
Mute the mic.
No.
で、これね、音楽。こっち
So we will start screening paper in 3 minutes. Please have a seat.
Do I have to share? Possible. Okay. Yes.
It's difficult, no problem.
I guess not one like, like this to be the one just all the time. I think everything should be fine. Okay, so I guess it's here and after I'll put that.
Just
It's on the light. So. Don't think there to it. It's gonna be. Yeah. I can do it. Okay. This is somewhere on the same page. Yeah. Okay, we will start in 2 minutes. Okay. Okay, I say 2 minutes, but 2 seconds. Okay, I'll start. Thank you again. So for your patients, now it is time to start the screening of the Great Movie paper lanterns. The screening time is 60 minutes. After screening, we will have a discussion with the main actor and actress, Shigeaki Mori and Kayoko Mori. And director Barry and producer Peter is here. So after the screening, we start a dialogue about this movie. Okay, then we will start. Yeah.
私たち2人とも被爆者です。私は3歳。で、彼は小学校の3年生。で、私はもうほとんど記憶はないんです。だけど、彼は3年生の時の被爆の体験、それを恋の小学校、このエリアで調べていく、いろんな人に聞いていくうちに、米兵が被爆死してるっていうことを知って、そしてそれがアメリカの本国では知られてないっていうことを知って、それでご遺族に連絡を取ってっていうふうなことをしてての今があります。
この歴史をしっかりと見据えて、それを研究する、調査する。その結果、
Sorry, one stop. Yeah, we stop the sign on the SNS. Could you wait a moment?
私たち2人とも被爆者です。私は3歳。で、彼は小学校の3年生。で、私はもうほとんど記憶はないんです。だけど、彼は3年生の時の被爆の体験、それを恋の小学校、このエリアで調べていく、いろんな人に聞いていくうちに、米兵が被爆死してるっていうことを知って、そしてそれがアメリカの本国では知られてないっていうことを知って、それでご遺族に連絡を取ってっていうふうなことをしてての今があります。
この歴史をしっかりと見据えて、それを研究する、調査する。その結果、もっと自分自身の満足で済まさないで、この知識を生かそうと。何に生かそうかというと、人の役に立つような自分の知識を提供しようということにたどり着きまして、そしてそれを実践し、
私たちのふるさとには、温かい家族の暮らし、人情あふれる地域の絆、季節を彩る祭り、歴史に育まれた伝統文化や建物、子どもたちが遊ぶ川辺などがありました。1945年8月6日午前8時15分、このすべてが一発の原子爆弾で破壊されました。キノコ雲の下には抱き合う黒焦げの親子、無数の遺体が浮かぶ川、焼け崩れた建物、幾万という人々が炎に焼かれ、この年の暮れまでにかけがえのない14万もの命が奪われ、その中には朝鮮半島や中国、東南アジアの人々、米軍の捕虜なども生まれていました。
それは私は歴史が大好き人間どころか、本当に通常では考えられないぐらい小さなことも正確に過去から現代に至るまで 知っていたのは、中学校、高等学校、いつも私だけが100点を取っていたということもあるんですけども、それで高等学校の3年の時には、歴史の先生から手伝ってくれと言って、その先生が論文を書く、資料集めから、もう作成するのに大変必要な文献も全部提出、先生の代わりにできるぐらい、自分はこれで向いてるなと、好きだし、というんで、将来にわたってそれを必死でやったと、こういうことです。はっきりわからなかった被爆米兵がどうなったか、何人死んだかというようなことについて、自分がこれをやってみようという気持ちを少しですけども持つようになったわけです。まさに人にという言葉がちょうど当てはまるんじゃないかというぐらい努力をして、ついに出撃記録から10人の米兵が原爆で死んだということを突き止めた次第です。
Uncle Ralph J. Neal, who was my father's older brother, the oldest sibling of 5 children. I happen to be named after Ralph because my father respected him greatly. In many ways, Ralph looked after his siblings. They grew up in a very tough home, a dysfunctional family. He was a football star and a basketball star at Lynn Camp High School near Corbin, Kentucky. He was well respected by his peers, but they carried his memory on for years.
I got to know Norman when we were about 12 years old at the time. We went to school together. We played baseball at June. In this house, he used to have a lot of foul ball and that broken windows. Norman turned 17 in 1943. He was after his mother to join the Navy. He was after his mother.
Ma, I want to go in the Navy. I don't want to get drafted. And I can remember when she'd be in bed and he'd come in on Saturday night, he'd sit on the edge. Ma, you got to sign. Norman, go to bed.
This is a picture of Norman and I in the schoolyard at St. Louis School. We must have been 13 years old, 14 years old at that time.
It really came after Pearl Harbor. Men were signing up immediately. Many would lie about their age so they could go fight. The general attitude of the nation was one of duty and response. They wanted to volunteer. My uncle, Ralph Neal, chose the military as a way to improve his life and a way out of poverty. Ralph enlisted at Fort Knox in Kentucky. He was stationed at many places and traveled many places. He went through gunnery school, and then later for the Army Air Corps, he went into air gunnery. He later served on a B-24.
Norman was in California. He was stationed on the Ticonderoga and later went into the Pacific. And he was a gunner and a hell diver, so far away from home.
Oh, Father, we are thankful for the lives of those that are dear to us, for Norman and for Ralph. And God, we're thankful to have memories. Lord, help us to find all the answers. Help us to find closure.
事実だけでなくて、私はその遺族に名前と家を登録してもらうということをやったことです。
Dear Mrs. Susan Brissette Archinsky.
Dear Mr. Ralph Neal, I hope this letter finds you well. My name is Shigagi Mori, a 72-year-old A-bomb survivor and a historian living in Hiroshima, Japan.
I came to know your name and address through Miss Susan Squires at the Post Crescent.
For a long time, I've been researching about American soldiers killed by the atomic bomb. I've erected a memorial dedicated to their unfortunate death
At the former site of the local headquarters of the Japanese military police, where most of them were being detained and died, and to which I pay homage on every August 6th.
The 64th anniversary of the A-bomb of the city is coming around soon. On this day every year, memorial services are held in the Peace Park under the auspices of the Hiroshima mayor. A stone room in the center of the cenotaph, a main structure in the center of the park, contains a list of the names of the domestic and overseas victims of the A-bomb, including those American soldiers who happened to be in the city when the bomb exploded. There's also a National Memorial Hall in the park, which collects photos and memories of victims and survivors.
This is my belief that names of all victims should be acknowledged equally, regardless of their nationalities. To have one's name registered, however, an application needs to be filed by a member of the deceased's family.
I have so far contacted the bereaved of 9 of the 12 Americans killed by the bomb and submitted the applications to the city on their behalf. And now I'm hoping to have the name of Mr. Ralph Neal.
Mr. Norman Brissette included in the list before this year's ceremony. I have also enclosed the application form for the registration of his name. Try to fill out the form as much as you can and return it to me at the following address.
I'm so happy now that I've finally found you some 20 years after I started my research. I look forward to hearing from you. Sincerely yours, Mr. Mori.
待ち続けたと。本当はね、多分いらっしゃらないと思うけども、せめて自分は12人全員の遺族を、の登録をした人間に言わせてもらいましたら、一人ぐらいは来ていただきたいなと、特にですね。
My expectation is that I would just get to meet Mr. Morey, get to see some of the places where Ralph walked while he was in his last days. And they turned into so much more.
I was excited to meet Mr. Mori. I knew that he was a good man, and I felt honored to meet him. I felt special that I was going to get to meet him, and nobody else did.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Mori.
How are you?
I'm very good. ブリセットさんに関係のあるところ全部行きます。
Spaces related to Mr. Brissett are going to be shown to you.
どうぞ、私と一緒に、いろんなところを訪問してください。私も全力でやります。よろしく。
Thank you very much.
Thank you. 何としてでも、非業な死を遂げたアメリカの兵士の追悼したいと思って、誰かしらに。連携園50周を探しました。そして皆さんの魅力を見つけた。
To meet Mr. and Ms. Morey, there are just a wonderful couple. They have planned out everything in their life centers around this. And for us to come was as rewarding to them as it was for me, because he spent his life trying to help us out, and my family was one of the last families that he has reached out to or found. He had to find us. I think the highlight of my week was going to Akashi and to meet the people of the village who took compassionate care of the servicemen that parachuted out of the Lonesome Lady.
ピーさんは映ってないじゃないですか。
パラシュートの降下地点ね。
So this shows to the side where the parachute is falling down.
And he told me that would most likely be Ralph.
Must be here.
To hear those who were eyewitnesses of the Lonesome Lady crashing, and to be taken by one of them to the location where the plane came to rest was huge. And it reminded me so much of the mountain area, almost identical to where Ralph grew up. That's touched me.
小学校の5年生ですかという年齢でですね、現実的に見た話をそのままお話しますんで、実際に落ちたのはここに落ちたんですよ。前がですね。で、そこに、ここから何番目ですかね。ここから1、2、3、4、5番目。あの辺がちょうど機体の中心ぐらいだったように記憶したのです。で、見たらですね、その飛行機がずっとこちらに来ることによってですね、一番初めに3人が一緒ぐらいに
落下傘で折れられて、しばらくすると落下傘が開いて、そのままで下に折れられたという記憶があります。それからは2人、それからまた2人、それから最後に1人というような格好で8人になると思うんですが、そのことも私がこの目で見ておるわけですね。
And the most special thing this week is the little boy that had done a project for school. And he gave me a card and a gift, and the gift was a part of the plane. I can't explain that. And I'm so thankful for that. To be welcomed almost by all the village and all the leaders, and see their gratitude that we had come to visit. I kind of expected maybe some animosity toward me as an American because we were the ones that did it. But it was totally opposite. The people here have all, without exception, welcomed me.
Norman, you said the front second floor is where we used to make all these model planes out of balsam wood. And he used to say, some of these days I'll be flying one of those.
He was so wrapped up in planes, they were petrified that he would pursue it, and they would allow him to, which they did. Nobody wanted to see their son go, but every son was going. That's the way war is. And you like to hold yours back, but by the same token, he was doing a good deed. But that's war. I hope I never see another one.
We came in June in the Okinawa, and I see that monstrous ship. What the heck is that? And that's when I found out he was the Ticonderoga. I said, by golly, I have to try and get on to see Norman. And I got permission. And I was with Norman for 3 hours roughly that afternoon, that Sunday afternoon. To chat, different things, not so much about what we did, but old things, you know. The last thing that I remember is just before I get off the ship, he kept telling me, Eddie, keep in touch with the families. And those are the last words and message that I ever got from him.
The bell rang and my mother looked and said, oh my God. And she went and she picked up the telegram and she read it and said, he's missing. He's missing. We regret to inform you that your son Norman Roland Brissett is missing in action as of July 28th. So we waited. We waited.
トネが入ってきたのは春頃じゃなかったかと思います。そしてパッと見ましたら、家から見ましたら大きな軍艦とすごく綺麗にね飾り付けまして、軍艦機とかいろんな飾り付けて、もう本当に目に焼き付くぐらいの綺麗さでした。で、それが1月かそこらぐらいから 今度はそれがきれいになくなりまして、旗がなくなりまして、次には竹とか松とか木がいっぱいね、植わってきましたよ、軍艦へ。偽装。もうね、一番感じましたのがね、爆弾の落ちる音とね、振動ですね。爆弾の音がね、シュルシュルシュルシュルシュルシュルいうような音ですよ。そしたら、ドーンと地響きが。そして、パッと目を開けるとね、小さいながらでも、生きてたという感じがしました。それがね、何分かするとまたドーンと落ちるわけですね。それで、利根がやられたと。利根に関する飛行機は、ほとんど小型の、戦闘機です。
July 28th, about 8:30 in the morning, quarter of 9, words came over the radio system that one plane was missing from the Ticonderoga. And at that time, I had a strange feeling that came over me. And I kept saying, it can't be Norman. It can't be Norman. August 6th, they dropped a bomb where we were told to keep our eyes on the ocean.
.それは直接は聞いたことはありません。しかし、どっかへね、山の方へ飛行機が落ちて、飛行機が落ちたのか、落下山で降りたか知りませんが、で、降りて、それで捕虜になった人をね、目隠しをして、警察であるとか、消防団みたいな人が連れて、
で、1945年3月に父親が東京から広島の憲兵隊司令の、次席っていうんですか、司令官の次にナンバー2ですね。7月頃からアメリカの空襲が非常に激しかった。ほとんど毎日のように周りが空襲を受けてたんですけども、広島っていうのは昔から軍と軍の都と書いて、軍都と言われて、非常に軍需施設の多い重要なところにいます。この重要な広島をなぜアメリカは補填しないんだろうか。みんな不思議に思ってました。広島。特に24日の日と28日の2回にわたって、これは大規模な爆撃を受けたんですね。7月の4日ですね。広島県の自分の前の日、父親が文化庁に久しぶりに帰ってきた。忙しくって、普段は司令部に泊まり込んでました。大体月に2、3回しか帰ってこれなかったんですよ。たまたま帰ってきて、その晩、その爆撃で捕虜の話に花が咲いた。そうなんです。それで、来る日になりまして、それ5日なんですね。ちょうど5日の日ってなんですよ。日曜日だったんですね。じゃあ、店と持っていこうかなと思って、行きました。親父のところへ行ったんですね。親父はまさか来るとは思ってなかった。なんか、来たのに、じゃあ、仕方ない見せてやろうというわけで、見せてもらったのが、捕虜の人に会った、生きて。いわゆる、ノサモリディ号の、俺たちがどんどんなんで、ここの大きな部屋へ全部
くっつめて、そして、徹夜で監視兵が、監視しながら一晩過ごしたんです。なんか赤毛のに、髪の毛が赤い色の。で、やはり、こういうような形でね、一つのこのセルは、だいたいペンがちょっとぐらいかな。それで、こうじっとこう、私はしてる。布の色がこうグレー。当時私たちは西洋人っていうかみんな金髪だろうと。青い目にしてるんだろうと思ってさ。西洋人色違うのがいるんだなっていうので、非常にこう記憶に残ってたんです。あの時です。
キノコ雲の中に私はいたんです。この辺りのことを一番鮮明に覚えているんですが、あまりにも暗くて、目の前に10本自分の指を広げて数えようとしました。しかし、数えられないぐらい、キノコ雲の中は暗かったんです。真っ暗な目の前がだんだん薄くなって、全体がよく見えるようになりました。また爆弾が落とされると、恐怖で顔を引きずらせながら、道端を必死で山に向かって逃げました。道路という道路は、たくさんの人が倒れていました。その人たちの上を、顔も体も、どんなところも平気でもう、走りに走って踏みつぶすぐらいの勢いで逃げました。倒壊した家の中の何軒かは確か手を出したり しながら助けを求める声があちこちから聞こえました。逃げました。泣きながら逃げました。そのうち、坊や、ここに入りなさい。と、女性の手が伸びてきて、防空壕に引っ張り込まれました。夜になると、だんだん市内の明かりがひどくなるのが分かりました。大火事が広島市内全市にわたって起こったんです。夜が来ると、本当に怖いことが起こりました。なんと、野犬がどこからか遺体を食べに行く。学校に集まってきたのです。学校の庭、校庭に、遺体を一人分ずつ寝かせるぐらいの大きさの壕を7本掘りまして、そこに遺体を次々と持ってきて、それで焼却が始まったんです。山のように積み上げて、その死体を 親族らしい人が必死で歯を開けて見てました。遺体は皆黒くなっておったり、触れたりいろいろしておりましたので、見分けがつかないので、そして金歯で見分けをつけようと、皆さんは口をこじ開けていたと。それは、すごいもんですよ。なぜか。学校というのは、勉強するところなのに、遺体を焼く、そんなところかと。いや、そんなところになったんかと。戦争の猛さいうのは、この時ほど実感したことはございません。思いますが、この人たちがなぜついてきたかと言いますと、12人の米兵捕虜が死んでおりますが、その中の2人だけが生き残った。これはブリセットさんが広島城から宇品まで連行される絵です。この絵は戦後約30年経ってから描かれた絵です。それで、この人とこの人が日本の宇品にいた憲兵隊員です。そして、アメリカ人が2人いる。前がニールさんと、後ろがブリセットさんだと推定されます。このお二人は日本の憲兵によって広島城から宇品の憲兵隊まで徒歩で連れて行かれております。宇品の憲兵隊の隊長の話によると、大変弱っていたので、ウイスキーとチョコレートを差し上げたということを聞きました。
それでウィセントさんとニールさんは、メジャー憲兵部隊、メジャー憲兵部隊しか残ってなかったから、そういう一緒に入れられて、そして、一方ではなんか、緑色の、何重でしょうね。内臓をやられるんで、要するに放射線障害なんですよ。これつまり放射線障害。それを受けてる人っていうのは、みんなそういう症状が出る。
My uncle was treated by a doctor in Hiroshima. And he was asked this question: did you ever treat or come in contact with any Allied prisoners while you were in the army? And his response was, yes. About 6 days after the end of the war, I was called from my office at the shipping headquarters to treat some Allied POWs that were being held at Ujina Camphor Thai headquarters. 2 were sick and weak from the effects of the atomic bomb. I had treated many Japanese people that were in Hiroshima at the time of the explosion, and I recognized the symptoms of this sickness. I gave the weaker of the 2 men 2 cc's of Vita Camphor, 1 cc when I arrived and 1 cc just before I left, and the stronger one, 1 cc of the same compound. The weaker one stated that he could not sleep, so I gave him 0.3 grams of sleeping powder. I then returned to my quarters and never saw these flyers again. The next day, the message was sent to my office to write 2 death certificates for these Americans. I then wrote the certificates and sent them to the Camphor Thai headquarters.
There were kind people, even though we were at war with them. People buried him and had enough thought to put flowers. It's like with the devastation that was here, people took out a little bit of time and did that, which shows great unselfishness. Imagining what my father must be feeling, or Connie, or my grandparents, and him being so far away, and they don't know where he was. And I do.
They walked together in their final days and in death, and nobody wants to die alone. And they died just hours apart. Because of that, Susan and I can now walk together. And 2 people that had no clue each other existed. A niece of Norman and a nephew of Ralph. 1 in Boston, 1 in Kentucky.
I think Mr. Morey plays a very big role in that. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be here.
We could still be sitting in the United States wondering what happened to our loved ones and knowing that we have not known the truth. But to see that I've talked with the people, the records are here, the death certificates, the affidavits from the Japanese doctor, how could we ignore that? Truth always comes forward. Truth always comes to the light. I know that his research, his curiosity, his desire for the truth to be told. But was there something deeper in his heart, in his being? Why did he take on this?
私は中国憲兵隊司令部の隣の学校に行っていた生徒でした。 この学校は被爆によって先生も生徒も一人残らず犠牲になりました。私がもし事前に被爆の前に転校していなかったら、私も米兵と同じ夢をたどったことでしょう。さらに私が懸命に調査をした理由は、私のいとこのお母さんが爆心地から800メートルのところで死にました。家が倒壊して柱にお母さんは挟まれてしまいました。大きな柱が彼女の体の上に倒れてきて逃げることができませんでした。放火が迫ってきて、いとこの目の前で断末魔の声を上げながら死んでいました。いとこは一生その胸に聞こえた悲鳴を忘れない。よく言いました。ここにいた米兵は、圧死、建物の下にで圧死するか、焼け死ぬかのどっちかで亡くなったということが分かりました。ひっそりと死んで名もない状態で長い間ほったらかしにされていたので、せめて遺族にだけを知らせようと。それで一生懸命やったんです。
From what happened to his aunt, he wanted, he felt compassion to help the families of those who met similar fates. Is that correct?
それにプラス一つ、広島には300を超える日本人のための慰霊碑がありましたけども、アメリカ人の慰霊碑が一つもなかったから、せめて小さな慰霊碑でも私が作ろうと決心した。そういうことです。
私たちのふるさとには、温かい家族の暮らし、人情あふれる地域の絆、季節を彩る祭り、歴史に育まれた伝統文化や建物、子供たちが遊ぶ川辺などがありました。1945年8月6日午前8時15分、そのすべてが一発の原子爆弾で破壊されました。キノコ雲の下には抱き合う黒焦げの親子、無数の遺体が浮かぶ川、焼け崩れた建物、幾万という人々が炎に焼かれ、この年の暮れまでにかけがえのない14万もの命が奪われ、その中には朝鮮半島や中国、東南アジアの人々、米軍の捕虜なども含まれていました。
Mr. Morey just turned out to be one of the kindest, most compassionate men I have ever met. Really mind-boggling that he would spend decades of his life working to see that the family of the servicemen found closure, found answers.
What a good man he is. Someone who spent his whole life dedicated to Americans who, no matter how you look at it, we did this to the Japanese people.
Basically, the city was destroyed. And somehow, which I think we all wonder, he transitioned that into helping us, the families of the U.S. servicemen, even in the midst of much persecution from his own people. People he expected to understand would question him. Why are you doing this? Why are you helping these people? But yet he persevered.
もう人様が考えられないぐらい歴史の闇の中を明かりを求めて必死で突進するというようなことをいつもやっておりました。それに対していろんな本に書いてある以上の詳しいことをそこから学び取ってそれが素晴らしい結果に結びついたことです。
I think the goal is to show that two different people, two different cultures, two different countries can learn to live peacefully together despite what happened. He's a good man to dedicate his whole life to that.
And I'm still trying to grasp all that because it's abnormal. Be carrying a burden for us when we should be carrying a burden for them. It's amazing to me how much of the world does not know what happened here. In the story that Mr. Moore is telling, I pray the whole world sees it because it doesn't need to be repeated again by anyone.
結果がとても相手方に喜ばれる結果につながったもんですから、その結果を知ってとても楽しかったということがあります。
This plaque is placed in the memory of these brave and honorable men. May this humble memorial be a perpetual reminder of the savagery of war. Thank you. And I love you. Did you understand that?
You're welcome.
ですけども、これが戦争なんですよ。だからしちゃいけない。戦争は絶対にしちゃいけないという結論をあなたと一緒に学びましたので、 今後とも世界が平和であることを祈りましょう。そう言います。
Why do we come to this place? To Hiroshima. We come to ponder a terrible force unleashed in a not so distant past. But today, the children of this city will go through their day in peace. What a precious thing that is. It is worth protecting and then extending to every child. That is the future we can choose. Someday, the voices of the Hibakusha will no longer be with us to bear witness. But the memory of the morning of August 6th, 1945, must never fade. That memory fuels our moral imagination. It allows us to change. We can tell our children a different story, one that describes a common humanity. Ordinary people understand this, I think. Like the man who sought out families of Americans killed here because he believed their loss was equal to his own.
How do we without you? We need love. Oh.
ビデオの
Morning sun.
会場ね。
今会場になってる。
ほら。
Maybe we should share.
あ、消えた。はい。もうちょっとね。浅く来ておらん。あなたの。いるから、ここ。
だから、もうちょっと。そうそうそうそう、それぐらいはない。
うん。
でももう少し入れましょうか、先生。
とか楽だと思います。
1時間ぐらい同じ姿勢になっても大丈夫。
うん。
辛くない。
うんはい、それぐらいでない。
あ、ダメな。今エンディングで。
回してたらいいかな。
道岡さんが出ちゃった。
うん、したか。
画面にね。
うん。
音声が入ってるからね。
うん。
音声が入ってるから。
うん。
So now we'd like to start the conversation session. So please welcome Barry and Peter to the podium with a big round of applause. And now, Mr. Shigeaki Mori and Miss Kayako Mori is here. Please welcome everyone, big hand. Okay, so now, okay, everyone already knows him and her. So I don't need to introduce them, but okay, so I'd like to introduce our moderators. So first, Leonardo Palmer is currently a fourth year student in the M-Arch one program at the GSD, and we also serve as an interpreter for the panelists, Shigeaki and Kayako Mori. Please welcome Leonardo with a big round of applause. And also, our co-moderator is Sachiko. Sachiko is now in Hiroshima. Okay. Now, Sachiko is there. Okay, here. Okay, Sachiko is my co-researcher at GSD and partner in Hiroshima's volunteer organization to create sustainable cities in Hiroshima. Her family and relatives lost their lives and houses because of atomic bomb. She interviews hibakusha and sends their messages both in Japanese and English with her students and her American friends. Please welcome Sachiko with a big round of applause. And another moderator is me. Okay. Thank you. Okay, first, okay, I'd like to introduce a little bit more about the panelists. So Peter Greeley, he's a producer of Paper Lanterns and emeritus president of the Japan Society of Boston and a well-known specialist on Japanese history and culture. He raised in Japan, and for most of his childhood, he received BA and MA degrees in East Asian Studies from Harvard University. In Tokyo, he also studied at Waseda University and Tokyo University. He was also a close friend of Isamu Noguchi, and Isamu Noguchi wrote the foreword to his book he published in 1985. And Barry Frechette is co-director and executive producer of Paper Lanterns. Barry is an ad guy by trade. He spent almost 30 years in the production of Community of Boston and is currently the director of creative services at Connolly Partners. Most of his day spent helping other create TV ads and other content, but when the story of Mr. and Miss Mori, he was driven to tell it. This is Barry's first film. So now we will introduce Mr. Mori and Miss Mori, who have been working so sincerely for peace. So could you, okay, let's start the translate by Leo and me. Catch. Okay, so Leo, could you, okay, I will tell to Mr. Mori. Okay, I will change to Japanese. Okay. 森さん、佳代子さん、改めましてありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。今重明さんと佳代子さんの、ご紹介をこちらで、させていただきました。これからはですね、私の方が、日本語でやらせていただきまして、レン君がそれを、レンさんが英語で、会場の皆さんに、翻訳してくださるというやり方で、進めさせていただきたいと思います。それでは、まず今回、基調スピーチということで、森様にスピーチをしていただくことになっております。で、スピーチのタイトルが、誰が平和を守るのか、誰が平和を守るのかというタイトルです。少し今から英語でレン君が翻訳をしますので、少々お待ちください。
So we'll start with the talk prepared by Mr. Mori. And once he speaks, I'll translate for him, for everybody here. So.
はい。それでは、ご都合の良いタイミングで、森様、スピーチの方、よろしくお願いいたします。
森重明でございます。今日は皆さんの前で話をさせていただくことを大変光栄に思います。それでは私の基調講演のテーマ、誰が平和を守るのかというテーマでお話をしたいと思います。日本語で言いますので、あと英語の方はレンさんよろしくお願いいたします。第一次世界大戦で多くの人命が失われました。そこで戦争が二度と起こらないように国際連盟ができました。ここの国家の上に立って世界にも一つの法と秩序を与えなければならないという考えに基づいて作られたものです。
Hi, I'm Mori Shigeaki. I'm honored to be able to talk to you today at this stage. The title of my talk is Who Will Protect and Ensure World Peace? So many people's lives were taken in World War I. In the aftermath, the League of Nations was formed to prevent war from happening again. It was created based on the idea that one law and order must be given to unite the world, transcending the borders that separate nations. どうぞ。
しかし、それは失敗しました。引き続いて第二次世界大戦が起こったからです。戦争はやってはいけない。今度は国際連合が成立しました。ニューヨークにある国連はロックフェラーがニューヨーク市と共に寄付した土地です。元は屠殺場でした。生物を殺すのではなく、生かせるような設備を作る場所として寄付をしたのです。
But this failed because not long after this, World War II happened. People said, there can't be any more war. This time, the United Nations was established. The United Nations headquarters in New York City is built on land that was donated by the Rockefeller family, along with New York City. On a site that was once filled with slaughterhouses, a building for world peace was built. In other words, a site for killing was transformed into a place for living and peace. どうぞ。
長崎の平和公園は元刑務所でした。たくさんの人が処刑をされたところでございます。被爆後、ここが平和公園になりました。
Similarly, what is now Nagasaki Peace Park was formerly the site of a prison where many people were executed. This site also experienced the atomic bombing. And now, emerging from its history of atrocities, the site is a peace park today. どうぞ。
広島の平和公園は被爆前、広島最大の繁華街でした。そこに原爆が落ち、町は壊滅しました。平和公園の真ん中あたりにある原爆資料館の本館、これはハーモニカのように見えるところです。ここは元浄土真宗、上円寺の墓地だったところです。隣の国際会議場は日蓮宗妙法寺の墓でございました。両方とも墓地は取り壊されまして、平和を考える建物に生まれ変わりました。
Before the atomic bombing, what is now Hiroshima's Peace Park was the largest downtown area in the prefecture, filled with hustle and bustle. That was all destroyed when the atomic bomb was dropped. The main building that looks like a harmonica of the Hiroshima Peace Memorial Museum is at the center of the Peace Park. This used to be a cemetery of Joenji Temple, a Pure Land Buddhist temple. The adjacent International Conference Hall was also a cemetery of Myohoji Temple, another Buddhist temple. Both sites have a history of the accumulation of death, and that has been transformed into structures to contemplate world peace. どうぞ。
私は G7 の首脳にお願いしたい。平和公園の中を2016年のオバマ大統領と同じところを歩いてください。と。
I would like to ask the world leaders of G7, walk the places in the Peace Park where President Obama did back in 2016. どうぞ。
原爆資料館の本館の 1階の真ん中に行っていただき、キラを見ていただきたい。原爆慰霊碑が見えます。その向こうに原爆ドームが見えます。そこまで歩いて行ってください。慰霊碑の前の階段を一歩一歩ゆっくり上がってください。一歩上がるごとに平和の日がはっきり見えてきます。
Go to the middle of the first floor of the main building at the Hiroshima Peace Memorial Museum. If you face north, you will see the atomic bomb cenotaph. Beyond the cenotaph, in the distance, you will also see the atomic bomb dome, which is the skeletal remains of a building which still stands today for us to remember the tragedy of the atomic bomb. Walk towards the cenotaph and slowly go up the steps in front of it. With every step you take, you will see the fire of peace start to emerge in front of you. どうぞ。
丹下健三はそれを計算して設計をしたのです。それなりに意味があるのです。慰霊碑の形はアメリカのニューメキシコ州アラマゴードで最初に核実験をしたあのキノコ雲の形です。もともとはイサム・ノグチが発案をいたしました。
Kenzo Tange precisely calculated and designed this experience. It is imbued with much profound meaning. And the shape of the cenotaph is exactly the shape of the mushroom cloud that was seen in the first nuclear test in Alamogordo, New Mexico. It was Isamu Noguchi who came up with this design. どうぞ。
誰が平和を守るのか。私は過去約50年、それを必死で調査をしたり考えてまいりました。
Who will protect and ensure world peace? I've been frantically researching and contemplating this question for the past 50 years. どうぞ。
500年前に書かれましたオランダのエラスムスの平和の訴えを読みました。250年前に書かれましたドイツのカントの永遠平和のためにも読みました。クラウセビッツの有名なクラウセビッツの戦争論はもちろん全巻読んでおります。しかし戦争をどうしたらやめることができるかということはどこにも書いてありませんでした。
I read Appeal for Peace written by the Dutchman Erasmus 500 years ago. I also read the German Kant's For Eternal Peace written 250 years ago. I also read Clausewitz's Theory of War, of course. But not one book said anything about how to stop wars from happening. どうぞ。
丹下健三は平和公園の設計をするとき、さまざまな今まで誰も考えたこともないことを考えていました。5万人の人が収容できる広場、100メートルの幅のある道路、これは市民の憩いの場として転用できます。地下に瞑想をするところを作る等々です。
When Kenzo Tange was designing the Peace Park, he considered many things that no one there had thought of until then. A square that can accommodate 50,000 people, a road with a width of 100 meters that can also be used as a place for citizens to relax. The creation of a meditation room in the basement. どうぞ。
私はアメリカのジョージア大学の大学院生、建築学科の人でしたけども、この人たちを10人ばかり平和公園を案内をいたしました。その中で一番評判が高かったのが、上記の記念館の瞑想の場でした。丹下健三が世界で有名になった原点は、都市の建物をバラバラではなく、総合的に都市と建物一つ一つを一体化したことにあります。それを広島で始めたのです。考えの基本は、ここで平和を考える、その建物を作るということでございました。
I guided about 10 graduate students who are all architecture majors from the University of Georgia at the Peace Park. The underground meditation room received the highest praise. The origin of Kenzo Tange's world-famous work is that he integrated the city and the building in a comprehensive manner, rather than treating the building separately and individually. And this began in his project in Hiroshima. The basic idea was to create structures with peace in mind. どうぞ。
平和は一人ではできません。世界中の人々が平和を願って、それを実行することにあるということを私は学び、それを気づいたのです。以上でございます。
Peace cannot be achieved alone. People all over the world need to wish for peace and take actions for it. And that is what I know now. And that is how I will conclude my speech. Thank you.
Thank you.
森重明様、貴重スピーチを誠にありがとうございました。改めて会場の皆様、拍手をお願いいたします。
ありがとうございます。
では、ここから、続きまして、対話ということに続いていきたいと思います。まず、佳代子さんにご質問させていただきたいと思うんですが、佳代子さんはご自身も原爆によって多くの友人や家族を失い、ご自身も被爆されました。その中で、重明さんが元はこの敵であった米兵やイギリス、オランダの被爆兵のご遺族のために時間もお金も使っていることをどのように感じていらっしゃいましたか？また、周囲で重明さんと佳代子さんの活動に対して無理解で理不尽な対応する方にはどう接してこられましたか？
はい。Sorry. 英語先。
じゃあすいません。先にちょっと英語の方を会場で翻訳して、はい。お願いします。少々お待ちください。
We're gonna start with some questions and answer. First, we want to ask Ms. Mori, Kayoko Mori. Kayoko-san, you yourself experienced the atomic bombing and lost many friends and family members as a result. In this context, how did you feel that your husband, Mr. Shigeaki, was spending both time and money for the A-bomb soldiers and their bereaved families from the US, England, and the Netherlands, who used to be on the opposing side during the war? How have you dealt with people who didn't understand or even may have despised you and your husband's work?
すみません、佳代子さんお待たせいたしました。お願いいたします。
はい。私は正直申し上げまして、夫が50年間 本当に根気強く一生懸命調査研究をしておりましたことを最初の頃は全く知りませんでした。夫は何も言わないで一人で出かけて行って、私は何にも知らされておりませんでした。だけど、ある日、これはもう有名な話ですけども、その調査をするにあたって、今のようなIT の進んだことは全くございませんでしたので、ご遺族を探すのに国際電話、その請求書をある日突然私に見せました。このお金を払ってくれ。私はびっくりしました。本当に高額のお金を即払うことはとっても難しかったです。でも、夫がもう、それをやめてくださいと正直申しましたけど、やめる人ではないっていうことも分かっておりましたので、なんとかもうするしかない。だけどだんだんとその様子を見てて、それで夫が何をしてるのかが分かってまいりましたので、亡くなった米兵のため、そしてご遺族のためにっていうことは、私はとっても理解をしました。それで協力をするようになりました。
ありがとうございます。では、こちらちょっと通訳の方をさせていただきます。
So I honestly, at first wasn't aware at all about what my husband was doing. He would leave the house and do all the work, and I was not aware of anything that he was doing for this research that spanned over 50 years. But one day, and this is a time when we didn't have the internet yet, so in order to do his research, he would have to make a lot of long distance phone calls. And he came to me with a very expensive phone bill and asked me, can you pay this? I was very surprised because it was an amount that was very hard to pay at first. And so at first, yes, I asked him to stop, but I also knew that he was the type of person that would not give up and would not stop. And slowly, bit by bit, I started to understand why he was doing this work, why he was looking for all the families of the prisoners of war who lost their lives. So now I am fully aware and support his work.
いや、もう一つだけ、佳代子さんにご質問で、この周囲で重明さんと佳代子さんの活動に対して、なかなか理解、されず、理不尽な思いをすることもあったと思うんですが、その時にどのような対応をされていましたか？
So another question to Ms. Mori. The second part of the question, which was how, if people approached you and didn't really understand the reason or motivation behind your work, or sort of disagreed with what you were doing or your husband was doing, how have you dealt with these people?
はい。確かに夫も私も被爆者です。それで夫が調査研究をしていることは、夫はもちろんですが、私もなぜ敵国の兵士のこと、家族のことをね、そこまで調査して協力するのかと、非難としか受け取れないような言葉で言われましたけども、本当にもう人の敵も味方もないっていうこと、そういう心情で二人が立ち向かってまいりました。
Yes, it is true that my husband and I are both victims of the atomic bomb. And there are obvious questions that we received. Why would we or should we care about the American soldiers who were on the opposing side? And we did for sure get a lot of pushback. But we kept thinking about how there are no enemies or people on your side or not when it comes to talking about people's lives. And that is how we kept pushing forward.
ありがとうございます。幸子さん、どうぞ。
はい。今のその立ち向かうという言葉だと、おそらく理解されない方もいらっしゃるんじゃないかと思います。例えば、夫の重明さんが自分が意に沿わないことをしても聞いてくれないというときに、具体的にはどのように夫婦仲を壊さずにやってきたのか、また攻撃してくる他人に向かって具体的にはどう接してきたのかを、文化が違う方にもわかるように、具体例と一緒に説明していただけますか？
Could we hear more about specifically how you interacted with those who didn't agree with you? Perhaps even between you and your husband, there may have been times of disagreement. How did you sort of interact with each other or those other people who didn't agree?
はい。とっても、難しい、回答ですね。でも私の中では、私の両親、父と母の生き方、それが大きな手本になっております。で、日本ではどういうことかと申しましたら、夫を妻が支えて、本当に、夫にもう立ち向かうなんてそんなことは考えられませんでしたので、ひたすら夫に仕えて支えてっていう日本の古い生き方ですか。それを当然と思って、私も同じようにやってまいりましたけども。だけど、ある時から、ただ黙って使えるだけでは伝わらないっていうことを意識するようになりまして、それでやはり話し合うことも大事にしてきております。で、簡単に申しますけども、ただ穏やかに話し合うんじゃなくって、時には口争いをすることも多々ございました。でも、二人の共通点は、やはり人のために、それが同じ国の人であろうが、外国人であろうが、人のために尽くすという気持ちは共通しておりますので、そこでやはり支え合ってということができてきていると思います。
It's definitely a hard question to answer. In my view, it was the way that my parents lived that was my guiding force, or sort of my example to follow. The wife supports the husband was the norm at the time in Japan, and I followed that path without question. But after one point, I realized I couldn't just follow and obey. I had to speak up. And with that, we obviously had our arguments. We argued with each other constantly. But even with that, I would always remember that what was common between the two of us was that this was for people, for humans, on this earth. And so having that in mind as a commonality between the two of us helped a lot.
ありがとうございます。かやこさん、ありがとうございます。じゃあ続きまして、ピーターさんにご質問をいきたいと思います。ピーターさんは、日米の異文化、交流を通じて、様々な活動を、されてきたと思うんですが、そのような活動をされてきた理由と、具体的にどのような活動をされてきたかということをお聞きしてよろしいでしょうか。
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Kayoko. Now we'll switch over to Peter, who's here with us. First question is, you do a lot of cross-cultural work in your life. What was your motivation behind promoting cross-cultural understanding between Japan and the US? And what specific activities have you been involved in?
Well, first of all, let me just say that it's an extraordinary honor for me to be here today on the same platform, on the same, even though we're separated by thousands of miles, to be on the same discussion with two people, Mr. and Mrs. Mori, whom I respect so deeply and whom I feel such strong affection and respect for. Your question about my motivation in my career, long career of working on cultural exchange projects of one sort or another between Japan and the United States.
Okay, Peter, so translate and you speak in there, please. Yes,
Yeah.
and please make a space. Yeah.
森さん、日本語で、はい。
はい。
ピーターさんが今、おっしゃったのは、今日森さんご夫妻と同じ舞台に立てて、すごいとても光栄であるというとおっしゃっています。はい。英語で言ってもらったことを日本語で少しずつ訳しますので、はい、します。
When you ask about the motivation for my long career of working in cultural exchange between Japan and the United States, I think I have to really start in my childhood. I'm so moved when I hear Mr. Mori talk about that. He was 8 years old, and Kayako-san, she was 4 or 5 years old. Of course, I never suffered that kind of experience as a child, but at a very young age, when I was 5, I was taken to Japan. My parents, my father was in the occupation government right after the war, and my mother and my sister and I followed him to Japan several years later in 1947. I was 5 years old.
文化交流の活動をするその背景にあるのは、やっぱり子供時代の経験があると思います。今日森さんご夫妻の原爆の体験、映画を通しても聞くのはもうすごく興味深いことで、今思い出している記憶が父親が、捕虜だったので、自分が5歳の時に、父親と一緒に日本を訪れた記憶を今思い出しています。
捕虜ではないですよね。
あ、すいません。
戦後ですよね、ピーターさんがいらっしゃるの。So you came to Japan after the war?
Yes, of course, after the
Yes,
war.
after the war. Yes. 占領下にあったのは、日本が占領下にあったときに、たくさんのアメリカの方が日本にいらっしゃいました。その側としていらっしゃったということですね。
Let's repeat again. My father was part of the post-war occupation government of Japan. I don't know how much history you know. I don't know how familiar you are with the immediate post-war period of Japan, but for 7 years after the end of World War II, Japan was essentially occupied by the Allied powers, of which the United States was the chief and most powerful. And the 7-year period is called the American occupation of Japan. My father, although he was not in the military, he was a civilian, was a member of the occupation administration.
すいません、今間違えました。ピーターさんの父親が、戦後、の、GHQ。
こちらでやりましょうか。ここの、多分歴史の方は日本で、
すいません、お願いします。
勉強している方が。はい。広島というか日本がアメリカの占領下にあったその7年間の時に、GHQ の政府の方だけじゃなくて、民間の方々も日本にいらっしゃいました。で、その時に父親は民間の側として、その日本に来て、で、ピーターさんはその時に5歳の時に一緒に父親と母親と来たのがきっかけでした。
What I'm trying to say is that childhood experience, when a child is 5 years old, are extremely important and leave an absolutely indelible impression. And although over my long life since then, I've just turned 80, so 75 years since I first went to Japan, those memories of my first experiences in Japan are probably the strongest of my life. I had childhood friends, Japanese children that I met, I played with, and my feelings of affection and cordiality with those children and their parents still lives in my heart. Some of my childhood friends are still friends of mine 75 some years later. And I think it's the effect of the childhood experience that's the basic motivation for my devotion to cultural exchanges between Japan and this country.
まあ、特に子供時代の記憶、日本でしばらく、子供時代育った記憶があって、まあ、日本で日本人の子供たちと一緒に遊び合った記憶などがすごく心に強く残っていて、それが今の、まあ、文化交流とか、を、する、そういう、活動をするにあたって、その記憶がすごく強く残っています。
But really today we're here to talk about Hiroshima and not so much about me. I think I first went to Hiroshima when I was about 7 or 8, around 1950. And I didn't really know anything about war. I didn't know anything about atomic energy. I didn't know anything about bombs. But the moment I arrived in Hiroshima, I could see that a terrible, terrible, terrible thing had occurred there. The city, even though it was by then 5 years after the bomb, the city was still pretty much in ruins. It looked very much like what you saw in the film. It was a sea of ashes, and people were living in very terrible circumstances. And how shall I say? I felt their pain. I felt their suffering. And experiencing Hiroshima, and then I went back several times as I grew older and experienced the museum after it was built, and how the people of Hiroshima were cherishing and enshrining the memory of the atom bomb experience, was every time an extraordinarily profound experience in my heart. That the sort of experience that you never can completely recover from. And I think that's true of everyone. Even today, when people go to Hiroshima and go to that museum and the Peace Park, they're struck silent with awe, with compassion, with a very complicated, complex feelings. But it never fails to have a very, very profound impact.
I'll do my best. そうですね。でも今日は、広島について特に、お話ししたいと思っていて、日本に初めて来たとき、7歳か8歳の時だったんですけど、
広島に来たのが7歳、8歳になります。5歳で日本に来られて、6歳に来た時に広島に初めていらっしゃいました。
そうですね。そうですね。日本に初めて来たときは、戦争についてあんまり知らなかったんですけど、でも、広島に来たときに、すごく生々しくその戦争の後というか、人々の苦しみをすごく感じた記憶があって、で、広島記念館も完成した後、訪れて、そこでまた戦争の記憶とかを勉強させてもらって、すごく心に残る記憶でした。
Thank you.
Of course, over the post-war period, last 75 years, Japan has changed enormously. And the Japan that you visit now doesn't look like the Hiroshima and ashes that you saw in the film. There's been enormous, enormous change. But I think every Japanese person that I've met, regardless of whether they're 80 years old or 10 years old, has in some way been affected by the memory and the aftermath, by the war, the aftermath of the war, the memory of the war, even though with younger people, you don't feel it quite so strong because it gets further away in time. But the memory of that terrible war is still very, very strong. So to make a long, complicated story short, I respond very deeply to the kind of empathy that this extraordinary couple, Mr. and Mrs. Mori, have shown in the course of their lives and in their work. The empathy for others, for Americans, for the quote enemy, that has motivated everything that they've done. I feel just enormous respect for people who have behaved the way they have.
戦後、すごく日本は変わったんですけど、日本人は年齢に関わらず戦争の記憶と影響がすごい強く残っています。で、それを考えた上で、森さんご夫妻の、国境を越える、心遣いとか活動をしている姿を見て、すごく、それをすごく尊敬しています。
ピーターさん、ありがとうございます。じゃあ続きまして、バリー監督にご質問させていただきます。この映画を作る前と後で何かご本人の例えば日本人とか戦争の太平洋戦争とかの見方が変わったことっていうのは何かありますか
？So now we're switch over to Barry. Upon making the film, did you have opportunities to interact with Japanese people or people from other countries before making this film? And did your views on the Japanese people and the Pacific War change while making this film?
you'd think by now I'd figure it out. Much like Peter said, before we even start with questions, I have so much respect for the Maoris. Seeing them in their living room gives me amazing joy, and I both my kids, my wife send all their hugs and kisses to them. They're like my grandparents in Japan now. So when I started, should I wait?
Yeah.
I'm pausing for a moment.
ピーターさんと同じように、森さんご夫妻をすごく尊敬しています。で、自分の家族も、森さんのことをすごく大事に思っていて、まあ、自分の日本の、おじいちゃんおばあちゃんみたいな存在です。
You know, when we started to make this film, my point of view was from that of my uncle. He's in the film. He's my Uncle Eddie, and his point of view was a veteran of the United States and in the Navy. And the story that made our rounds in our family was of his friend Norman, who was killed tragically. As a young person, didn't quite register with me the importance of sort of the facts around that. I think in the process of making this film, my journey changed my perspective of the world and the universe by which we live in. Opened my eyes up to it. I started the film one certain way, thinking it's about Norman and about the facts. And very quickly, as I got close to everyone in the film, Ralph and Susan and the Maoris and everyone in Japan, and the people of Hiroshima, it opened my eyes. And I only hope that through the film, we got to talk a little bit about what that process is like, is seeing the world through other people's lenses and experiences. Because we do share, we have more in common than we don't. And I think having regular people, and I put myself into that category, sit with the Maoris and Susan and Ralph and have conversations about something that happened so terrible, but still find a way to have common ground. I think that in so many ways unlock doors for everyone involved as far as our perception of each other.
映画を作るにあたって、自分の家族、おじが、まあ、映画にも出てきたんですけど、海軍にいたノーマンドの話が、あって、まあ、若い頃はそんなに深い意味はあんまりわからなかったんですけど、映画を作り始めて、スーザンさんとかラルフさんとかいろんな人と知り合って、まあ、考え方が同じ人とか違う人とかも含めて、そういう人と携わることによってすごく目を開けられる、目を開かせられる経験でした。
ありがとうございます。続きまして、森重明さんにご質問させていただきます。今こうして、ここのハーバード大学、100カ国以上の国から来ている人たちが集まっているこのハーバードで、まあ、それぞれの専門性やこの違いを生かしながら、こう、友達として、こう一緒に協業して、している学生たち。まあ、今回のプロジェクトも、そういういろんな、皆さんアイデンティティを、皆さんご両親が別の国だったり、そういうみんなで作ったイベントなんですが、まあ、こういうイベントをしていること、まさにその国境を越えて、真っ先に活動された森重明さんから見られてどう思うかというところをお言葉いただけたらと思っております。
Now, a question to Mr. Mori. So today's event has been put together by a lot of different people with different expertise and identities. So we're coming together to make this event happen. What do you think of the students who are here at Harvard from various countries around the world and collaborate as friends, making the most of their expertise and differences? It would be great to get your thoughts and feelings about that.
森さん、よろしいでしょうか。森重之さん、このハーバードで、こういう多様な国のみんなでこのイベントをやっていること、まさに戦後すぐですね、そのアメリカの米兵の方を探して活動されて森さんから見られて、このようなハーバードでイベントをやっていることというのをどのように、思われているかということをコメントいただけたら嬉しいです。
いいですか？
はい、お願いします。
バリーさんのおかげで、このペーパーランタンができたことをとても嬉しく思います。一つ。二つ目は、ピーターさんのおかげで、そのバリーさんが作ってくださった立派な映画が多くの人に見るチャンスをピーターさんはつなげてくださったことに対して大変私は嬉しく思っております。本当にお二人には感謝でございます。ありがとうございました。それからですね、この映画を作ることによって原爆がいかに多くの人を不幸にしたかということをより突っ込んで映画は訴えているということを皆さん映画を見るまでよく原爆についての一般的な知識がこの映画によって深く理解できるようなチャンスを与えられたんじゃないかというふうに思いますので、その点でもよかった。そして、それを象徴しているのが、おそらくこのペーパーランタンを見た人は、アメリカを中心として日本はもちろんですけども、おそらく100回は超えていると思うんですけども、その点、バリさん、何回ぐらい上映されたかお分かりになったら教えてください。まず、それからまた話を続けましょう。以上、バリさんよろしくね。
はい、ありがとうございます。じゃあちょっと、レンさんの方で、はい。最初のピーターさんとバリーさんへの感謝の部分と含め、はい、ありがとうございます。
First, I want to thank Barry and Peter for the fact that the movie was made, because it gave a lot of people the opportunity to watch the film, and I am very grateful for that. It's very important for people to know how the atomic bomb destroyed so many people's lives, and the movie, by showing it here today, also gave the opportunity for people to get to know about what happened, and understand that. And ちょっと最後の方、もう一度お願いしてもいいですか？
はい。最後の方の、ご質問のところで、じゃあちょっと幸子さんの方に、今ちょうど広島にいますんで、ちょっと幸子さんの方にサポートをお願いします。
バリーさんに、何回ぐらい日英で、上映されたかの回数が、どれぐらいの人が見てくださったのかの回数が知りたいそうです。
幸子さん、もうそこ、じゃあ今、バリーさんに、はい。
そうですね。
今のところ、バリーさんに英語でどうぞ聞いてください。
私がですか？
はい。
大丈夫。言えます。
あ、じゃあ、レンさんに。
ちょっと最後聞こえなかったんで、すみません。So Barry, he's curious how many times the film has been played in both Japan and other countries like America.
That's a great question. Boy, I think, well, let's just say it's played at so many universities that I would have never imagined getting into. Really, many, I think for me, the joy for me, frankly, and we can talk about various countries, I've screened it at high schools, colleges, universities, classes. I will show up anywhere, anytime, both here in Japan, we've done it. So those bring me the most joy. We've been in 30 plus festivals over the years. We've screened it in everywhere from most of the New England states, down in Florida, we had special ones. I was very proud to share it with a sort of a veterans focused festival. We've screened many times in Japan. We've screened at the United Nations 5 times. We'll actually be, they need to confirm this, but I believe they've asked to show it at the G7 summit, which will be, I think, important, obviously. Europe, I think the important thing for me is as people sort of become aware of it, they get to see it. And I really do have to thank the Japan societies that spread like a network, because I think for me, that's been important, and the word passes that way. So I think the biggest thing for us is if we can show it to more people, the better. I think it's important to get this message out any way we can. So it has screened quite a bit, and I always travel with a DVD in my briefcase, so ready to go.
高校や様々なところで、上映、してます。だいたい30ぐらいのフェスティバルやイベントでも上映したし、国連でも5回ほど、上映しました。で、今年の G7 でも上映する予定で、特にジャパンソサエティの方々がすごく情報発信をしてくれていて、映画を見せる機会が、いっぱいありますけど、これからももっと上映したいです。で、常にDVD を持ち運んでいます。
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございました。
ピーターさん、どうぞ。
Could I just add one point to what Barry just made? There are 2 kinds of audiences, and I've been along with Barry on many of the screenings, but there are 2 kinds of audiences that I've experienced that always had rather unexpected responses. I mean, most audiences, you kind of expect the kind of sympathy for the subject, but 2 kinds of audiences. One is young children, elementary school, junior high school children, who have no experience of war. They don't know what the atom bomb is all about yet. They haven't been exposed to those terrible things in life. And they respond very positively, I think primarily to the personality of Mr. Mori. And then the other audience, which I found extremely interesting, we've shown it at American military bases. We showed it, for example, at the huge Pensacola Naval Base in Florida and other military installations. And the response of American military persons has been really interesting. They almost invariably say, we have a very strange image of Japan, and we're told about the war, and we're told about Japanese people, even though we have so much cooperation going on with Japan. Through seeing this film, we feel that we've experienced the kind of Japanese personality. We've come to recognize something very human and very personally very profound that we had never thought about Japanese people that way before. And I'm always impressed when I hear that kind of.
バリーさんのコメントに加えて、上映する際に、2つの種類の、2つの反応があるなって感じてて、まあ、1つ目は、若い子供たちとか戦争経験がない人たち、は、まあ、すごく共感をする、反応があって、で、2つ目の反応が、アメリカの軍事基地などで上映したときに、アメリカ軍の人、の反応というのが、まあ、軍にいるときには、大体、その、日本人のイメージというか、そういうのが、まあ、あんまりパーソナルでないっていうか、あんまり近く感じない、大体いつもはそうなんですけど、まあ、ペーパーランタンの映画を見て、日本人っていう、ものをもっとこう近く感じることが、パーソナルに見ることができるようになったっていう反応が、あります。
少し補足していいですか？私たちちょっと上の世代の言葉で言うとしたら、日本人って本音と建前があるので、普段は自分の本当の思いって言わないですよね。だから、かよこさんも重明さんも、普段、その重明さんがしてたことをかよこさんが知らなかったように、自分で一人で黙々と抱え込むっていうのが日本人なんですよね。だから、関わる人がいたとしても、その、本当のところはどんな人なんだろうっていうのがわからなかった。でも、このペーパーランタンのおかげで、こんなに深い優しさがあるとか、本当にこんなにその忍耐強く頑張れるとか、その日本人の持っている本当の美徳とか人となり、そして森重明さん、森佳代子さんの本当の人となりがしっかり伝わって見えたっていうことですね。で、ピーターさんが何度かおっしゃってるエンパシーっておっしゃってますけど、心と心がつながって、本当にああって一体感とか共感っていうのを感じることができる人が多いということですね。
Especially in Japan, culturally, there's this custom, I guess, where there's a front and what you're actually feeling inside. And so there's always that sort of wall. But the movie Paper Lanterns really showed what Mr. Mori and Mrs. Mori are like as people. And so I think that also has an effect on the sympathy and empathy that is sort of driven by the film.
ありがとうございます。じゃあ、お時間の方があと5分に、なってまいりましたので、最後、幸子さん、ご質問かコメントあればお願いします。
はい。では、皆さんに一言ずつ難しいかもしれないですけど、ピーターさんから私聞いて感動したのは、アンチとか、そのヘイトとかを作らない、戦争のもとを作らないには、ちゃんと相手を理解する教育がすごく大事。だから異文化交流を頑張っているっておっしゃいました。で、森ご夫妻を見ていても、自分たちが相手の違う文化だけど分かろう。意見が違うけど分かろうとしている。で、バリーさんも自分の叔父に思いを寄せて、森さんたちのことを知ったとおっしゃってます。なので、人を全く違う価値観の方を理解するときに一番大事にしているものを教えてください。
まずちょっと通訳の後、一言ずつでお願いいたします。
So listening to Peter and Barry talk, it was very
Maybe I will translate myself. So like Peter, when I talked with Peter, with my students, you said many haters and some people who criticize others and start conflict and the war, they are not educated enough. They don't know, they don't know. That's why you try to work hard to help everyone to understand different perspectives and horizon. And you said empathy is important. So what is most important, do you think, for us to know when we meet someone we don't understand? What do you think? Peter, could you tell your opinion or message to us? Yes, Peter, I'm asking you.
Let me just take a stab at that. I think actually President Obama, in his extraordinary speech in Hiroshima, and in the film we only showed a tiny fragment of it, but it was a fantastic speech. And the gist of it, the takeaway for me, really nails the subject. If we're talking about sustainability in the future and how should we as human beings live in the future, he said, and I'm paraphrasing, I don't remember his exact words, but he said essentially, we have in our hands the capability of destroying the entire world. In other words, nuclear power, the capability of destroying civilization, destroying the world. Then we absolutely must think beyond the usual categories of nations and cultures, and we are one single humanity. And we must never forget that when we have this terrible power in our hands. And that was his message as I took it. And I think it's a very important message for us to think about as we move into the future.
そうですね。それでは次、じゃあ、お時間の方があれなので、幸子さん、バーリーさんと森さんにもう一度同じ質問をして、最後一言ずついただきますので、じゃあバーリーさんに。
So Barry-san, I missed this. So Barry, you said, because your uncle used to be veteran, but you knew he has such kind of the tragedy, same tragedy. So you truly empathize and you can see the Japanese, the even victims, you truly understand what kind of situation they have. So please send a message when people cannot see that we have different cultural background, we are same human and we can focus on humanity. Please share such kind of, the message you want to send to the younger generation and bring to the future.
Yeah, that's a good question. There's a lot of moments in the film where we focused on people's hands and eyes, and that was intentional because there's a reason why the whole film starts in the kitchen. Everyone loves to eat. People gather in the kitchen. That's where they have those sort of discussions. So we wanted to find that thread of humanity. And I think I have sort of two takeaways from me. No matter what, you can make a difference. And I think that's important. And I learned that from the Moris. I frankly learned it from everybody involved in the film, finding a way to make this happen. And I also realized that peace is hard. It takes listening and it takes finding a way to train yourself to have an open mind and find that empathy. And part of that is sharing stories, and part of that is listening to them and paying them forward. And I think I learned on my journey through this with everyone, with Peter and the Moris and everyone involved with it. Though to me, that takeaway is really important. I want to make sure I listen, and I want to make sure I find a common ground. Even the veterans that we talk to who see the film take away things like that, where years later, their enemies, their combatants, they find common ground, either through their loss, their shared suffering, and that sort of resolution and that clarity that maybe only at the later stages in your life, you start to understand that. So I think those are important things that we look at. And if I was going to sit in front of a high school or middle school and have that discussion, everyone's got a story to tell. I think it's important we sometimes stop and listen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. So, yeah, and now is the time. So, could you include the answer of the Peter and Barry? So finally, the ask to Mr. and Miss Mori, Sachiko in Japanese.
先ほどおっしゃったように、バリーさんがおっしゃったのは、退役軍人とか軍人こそが原爆を肯定していて、ですけど、ずっと長い時間ちゃんと話していたら、平和って簡単じゃないし、誤解もあるし、なかなか理解できないけど、ずっとこうやって努力をされていたら、お二人のように、で皆さんのように、そしたらちゃんと分かり合える日が来るっていうことを実感として持っているので、そういうことを伝えたい。難しいけど可能ってことを伝えたいとおっしゃってたんですけど、今回ハーバードの生徒も今のユースの方も、皆さん、原爆の話とか反核の話とかしなくていいって言ってたんですけど、それでもやっぱり浪川さんの話を聞いたり、こういうのを見て、積極的に話されてましたよね。なので、今回このハーバードで、こうして若い人たちもいるところで、
森さんの前に、Sachiko, briefly in English to the audience. Yeah.
I just didn't ask you. What do you think young people gather here and have an event like this? ハーバードでイベントをする若い人たちがこのイベントをした、そのことについてどう思っていらっしゃるか教えてください。
どうぞ。立場が全く違う人に話をいたしまして、それが理解をしていただくことを大変喜んでおります。具体的に申し上げますと、人間であれば何が正しいか、それを敵とか味方でなくて、人間としてあなたはそれをどう思いますか？正しいのですか？人間としてやったことを、話したことが正しいのですかと自問自答して、そしてそれに対して敵とか味方という言葉を出すのでなくて、人間として正しいかということに基づいて考えて行動してほしいというふうに思いまして、私はそれをやってきたら大成功だったと自分では思っております。
私もそう思います。本当に
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。レンさんお願いします。
最後、レンさんに、森さんの言葉を通訳していただいて終わりにしたいと思います。では、レンさん最後、すみません。よろしくお願いします。
Yeah, I feel really grateful to, for this opportunity for, me to speak to people who are in a really different situation from mine. And the last sort of comment that I want to make is that I would keep asking yourself what is correct or what is the right way? Is what you're doing now the right way of doing things as a human being? It doesn't matter if people are on your side or not. And I feel that my life work, I feel that it was a big success, and I was doing what I thought was right as a human being. So yeah, that was his last comment.
ありがとうございます。じゃあ、これで、講会を終わりたいと思います。じゃあ、最後、改めて、森重明さん、森佳代子さん、ピーターさん、バリーさんに大きな拍手をお願いします。幸子さんもありがとうございました。はい。じゃあ、こちらで、森さん、ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。本当に最高です。 りがとうございます。
So now we will move to the next last session. So take a break about 5 minutes and yeah, we prepare that. So could you wait 5 minutes, please? Thank you. 森さんありがとうございました。また今日の詳細、ご報告、はい、させていただきます。本当にありがとうございました。
いろんなとこにいらしたね。
失礼いたします。
脱出していい？うん。
黒瀬先生、こんにちは。よろしくお願いします。
すいません。ようやく入ってますか？びっくりしました。大丈夫ですか、竹井先生。
大丈夫です。はい。ちょっと先ほどのが少し押してしまって。
そうなんですか。安心しました。私ね、自分がうまく入れんだからどうしたらいいかな思って。
ちゃんと入ってます。そして私ちょっと先
よろしくお願いいたします。
よろしくお願いします。
少し前の時間が押してるんですか？
そうなんです。ごめんなさい。なんか、
全然それはあれですけど。
ちょっと私が失敗してしまって、なんか背景知識があるから、なんかこう、英語だと皆さん分かっているんだけど、もしかしたら森ご夫妻にこれだと分からないかもと思って、なんか変に補足を私がしてしまったせいで長引いてしまって、
そうなんですか。いやいや、
でも、私のせいでかけてしまって、本当申し訳ない感
とんで
じです。
もないです。こういうだけどのまさに本当、ね、国を越えてつながってるんですから、いろんなことあります。でも、武井先生言ってくださるから、私も安心しながらよろしくお願いいたします。
ありがとうございます。よろしくお願いします。でも素晴らしいのがやっぱりこう、皆さんハーバードの方が皆さん本当に積極的に関わってくださって、本当に素晴らしいイベントになっていて、森さんも今までの自分が頑張ってきたことが大成功だったっておっしゃったので、本当に。
よかったですね。
はい。だから平和がいかに難しいかほどお話ししていただき、だけど、パネリストの皆さんが難しいけど、それは時間かけてずっとこう理解しようと努力し合えば成し遂げられるって皆さんおっしゃって、なので
その
すごく。
通りですね。
そうですね。
簡単にできるんだったら、今はなってるはずですけども、本当にこれだけのことを、でも、今回のキーワードはやっぱり地球市民という、イサム・ナグチさんのね、やっぱり国を越えているのと、竹井先生もおっしゃったように、改めてやっぱり広島にいて、日本のやはり広島の市民の皆さんの努力というものがあったけども、その背景の中には、やはり国を越えた外国、特にアメリカの人たちのね、支えとかいうのがすごく大きいのを感じますよね。
そうです。アメリカの方々がいろんな、もう始まりますね。はい。
入りました。うん
So much. Thank you so much. It's a really an honor and a pleasure to be here. Thank you to Harvard GSD. Thank you to Nobu. Thank you to NHK, which really brought us together. I'm going to talk a little bit about something that I think of as Noguchi's interest in the ecology of existence. Noguchi aimed big, aimed high in terms of his interests and his ambitions for sculpture. So I want to start with one of Noguchi's famous statements. If sculpture is the rock, it is also the space between rocks and between the rock and man and the communication and contemplation between. So Noguchi really was a systems person. That's why we talk about ecology. He was interested in the system of civilization. He was interested in systems that affect our understanding of what it means to be human. And he thought that art's job was to essentially act as a device in that system, helping to facilitate it, functioning in some of its traditional ways as a mirror, but also as a counter, and in all the ways that he learned as he did theater design, space design, garden design, all of the different things. Noguchi is one of the 20th century sort of original multi-hyphenates in terms of his interests. And that's mainly because he needed so many different skill sets to try to get sculpture to focused on where he wanted it to be focused. So one of the things I want to mention, that description that I quoted before, that sounds like a kind of definition of the technology maybe that he extracted, the techniques that he extracted from Japanese garden design. And it absolutely is that. But it's a lot more besides. And one of the things that probably will seem a little bit odd, but that is one of the many disparate factors in Noguchi's kind of very unusual way of looking at things, his unusual point of view. This is a quotation from the very end of a telegram that Buckminster Fuller sent Noguchi in 1936. Noguchi was in Mexico City doing a gigantic mural in a public market, and he wanted to include this equation, Einstein's equation, which was relatively new and not very well known at the time. It wasn't the kind of cause célèbre that it is today. Every school child, or most school children probably in the world, can quote E equals MC squared. But at the time, it was still relatively unknown, and Noguchi couldn't remember it. He couldn't even remember what the formula was. So he wrote a telegram to Bucky Fuller, and Bucky sent him this completely insane telegram explaining the whole thing in telegram form. This is the very end of it. So significance, this is a heading, stop. Specific quality of animates is control, willful or otherwise, of rate and direction, energy release and application, not only of self mechanism, but of from self machine divided mechanisms. And this is the most important part, relativity of all animates and inanimates is potential of establishment through Einstein formula. So what's interesting here is that if for somebody who's thinking about systems, this is the moment at which humanity realizes that there's a scientific basis for the idea that energy and matter are the same thing at some fundamental level, and that it's possible in some way to switch back and forth between them. It's not the end of religion. In a way, it's a scientific proof of religion, right? Because it's a proof that the body and the spirit have some kind of relationship to each other that can be defined and described. So all of this is a kind of a preface to what I'm supposed to be talking about, which is the Noguchi's memorial proposal for a memorial to the atomic dead in the city of Hiroshima. Noguchi was asked to do this because he had successfully made railings for two bridges that approach what became Peace Memorial Park, the island that Peace Memorial Park is on at the heart of the city. And these bridge railings, which represented basically going and coming, building and departing, life and death. They're very modest, very simple, but quite beautiful. And they were well received. And the mayor of Hiroshima and Kenzo Tange asked Noguchi to propose a memorial. In the end, it wasn't executed because they had neglected to tell the city fathers, the leaders of Hiroshima, that Noguchi was an American citizen. And of course, thinking back on it and looking at it objectively, it doesn't make any sense to hire an American artist to memorialize the dead of Hiroshima 5 years after America dropped an atomic bomb on the city. So it didn't happen, but Noguchi's thinking about it and ideas for it, and the kind of underlying philosophy is really worth looking at and understanding. So Noguchi described doing the memorial, or wanting to do the memorial, as a kind of expiation of sin, a way to begin to atone on behalf of his country and all of mankind for this monstrous error. in judgment, in technology. For him, the dropping of these bombs was a shattering event, because he is someone who, in part because of Bucky Fuller, was really a technological utopian. He really was born into the belief that engineers, architects, designers could perfect the world, make it, as Bucky said, work for 100% of humanity 100% of the time. That was Bucky's stated goal as a futurist, as a visionary. So Noguchi was stepping in here to try to begin to help to repair the damage. It was also trying to understand and metabolize some new empirical realities created by this insane technology. This is a burn shadow, atomic burn shadow. So this is the shadow of a human being that was killed, obviously, by the blast. What you're looking at, and what is so hard to understand, is that the body of this human being created a shadow because everything around the body was bleached by the force of the blast, all of the stone, all of the materials. So we're not looking at essentially a vaporized body. We're looking at a shadow produced by the burning of everything around the body. It's a very strange and new empirical reality that Noguchi was trying to understand. Nature and non-nature, he said, there will come other gardens to correspond to our changing concepts of reality. Can it be that nature is no longer real for us, or in any case, out of scale? So this really was his greatest fear coming out of World War II and with the dropping of these 2 atomic bombs, is this sense that somehow we'd fallen out of scale with nature. Noguchi, that's important because Noguchi's art really is all about perspective. It's about understanding our place in the natural order of things. He didn't believe that we should just sit back. He believed in innovation. He believed in technology. He believed in invention. He was absolutely a 20th century inventor designer. But he also believed in understanding how to stay in sync with nature and design alongside. So these 3 images are interesting because they give you kind of the brackets of his perspective, from the microscopic to the macroscopic, from the cellular level to the cosmic level. So on the left, we have Noguchi's version of mitosis. So this is looking at cell division. When Noguchi made this, we'd only recently gained the ability to look inside the cell and see what was happening there. So this is a kind of artist's rendering, but a sculptor's rendering of actual cell division, which is, of course, the process by which life replicates itself. On the right is Noguchi's proposal for a sculpture to be seen from Mars. This is meant to be a cenotaph for humanity. The idea was that, some number of years from now, 50 million years from now, when we've nuked the planet into inhabitability, that some alien race might come and stop off somewhere like Mars and look at Earth and realize that it was radioactive and toxic and not go there, but see this memorial on the face of the planet and realize that at some point sentient beings had lived on Earth. It's a kind of a terrifying thought, but Noguchi, again, getting off planet in his mind, looking back at Earth. And then at the center is a ceramic that Noguchi made on that very first trip back to Japan in 1951. It's called Hot Day. So it's meant to be searingly ironic because, of course, this is a person out for a walk who's been virtually vaporized by the atomic blast. You can see it's been skeletalized. Sinew and skin have fallen away. The skeleton has been, it's almost as if it's been disassembled and reassembled in a totally haphazard manner. And of course, this umbrella with incredible pathos has been just reduced to this sort of ineffective fibrous material. The interesting thing about this is that humankind looks very much the same in all 3 of these views, right? At the cellular level, reduced to a skeleton, or from space. So the difference between good design and bad design is the difference between nuclear energy as it's produced by the sun, as it is on the left. The thermonuclear reactions that take place in the sun are controlled. They're controlled by the sun's unbelievable mass. It has so much mass that it generates so much gravity that all of these thermonuclear reactions that are produced, so basically a lot of the bad radiation that are produced are held into the sun. We get some of them, obviously, some of them are screened out by our atmosphere. But basically the sun for us is the giver of all life. Thermonuclear energy obviously also can be the end of everything. And that's why many scientists wrote at the time of the Trinity tests to warn the United States government not to even attempt an atomic test, because there was a genuine fear that the chain reaction that would begin would destroy everything, not just on Earth, but the whole universe. There were a lot of physicists who genuinely believed that was a real possibility. So if you have any doubt that Noguchi was thinking about all of this, here's an image of his studio from around 1946 or 1947. And two of the works here, which are images on the left. The one on the top left is called E = mc squared. So this kind of little bit of ectoplasm, you can see it looks like matter kind of going haywire. And then on the right, bottom right, is Trinity. So this is his view in a way of the Trinity test, which was the first atomic bomb test. And you can see again, it looks like matter going critical. And then in the studio image in between on the floor is a sculpture called Bone Sculpture that integrates real bone into it. And you can see again, it looks generally anthropomorphic and kind of like a skeletalized figure. So the memorial, Noguchi's idea for the memorial was essentially an arch that extended underground. This is how he explained it, the program. The requirement specified that the core or repository of names should be underground, a cave beneath the earth to which we all return. It was to be the place of solace to the bereaved, suggestive still further of the womb of generations still unborn who would in time replace the dead. Above ground was to be the symbol for all to see and remember. I thought of sculpture as a concentration of energies. My symbolism derived from the prehistoric roofs of Hanawa, like the protective abode of infancy, or even equating this with birth and death, the arch of peace and the dome of destruction. So here's the arch of peace and the dome of destruction. He's referencing, of course, Hanawa sculpture, funerary sculpture. But also, what does he mean by the dome of destruction? Well, probably something like this. This is a photograph taken just 12 milliseconds after the Trinity test, the detonation of the gadget, which is what they called it, or Jumbo. It was also known as Jumbo. So at this point, it hasn't formed the typical mushroom cloud. This is what it looks like right after the beginning of an atomic blast. So underground, he talks about this cave or this womb. His focus is on regeneration. All of, again, I'm talking about systems. All of Noguchi's thinking about systems is their circularity and regeneration, rebirth, renewal. So what I'd suggest is that this proposed memorial was really meant to be a device for reconnecting our consciousness, our awareness with nature, with the idea that you have this arch that extends underground. It's really kind of like a transistor. If you think about everything we know as like an electrical circuit, we're part of the battery, we're part of the switch, we're part of the light that goes off. Noguchi is really focused on trying to get us to reconnect and to think about how we are part of that system, not stand back from it and think of ourselves as in control of it, because we aren't. So I just want to quote before I finish here. This is Robert Oppenheimer reflecting back on the Trinity test, and he's thinking about the Bhagavad Gita and says, "Now I am become death, destroyer of worlds." And then reflecting more, he said, if the radiance of 1,000 suns were to burst at once into the sky, that would be like the splendor of the mighty one. This is again, the first test, atomic test. We knew the world would not be the same. A few people laughed, a few people cried, most people were silent. In some sort of crude sense, which no vulgarity, no humor, no overstatements can quite extinguish, the physicists have known sin, and this is a knowledge they cannot lose. So Noguchi, thinking about making systems that are designed to connect us with nature, did this in every way he knew how. One of the most beautiful and simple, because it's accessible to all of us, are his Akari lanterns, which are meant to basically domesticate the sun for the home. They're designed to make us love the sun and be constantly in love with nature and aware of the natural change in light. They naturalize electric light for the home, but they are meant to be a connective tool. And I just want to end with this, is something that even a lot of real Noguchi fans may not have seen, and it is worth going to see. This is called Sea Fountain. It's at Morinuma Park on Hokkaido. It is part of what I call Noguchi Disneyland, which is this amazing place where many of his pieces of land art that were not realized in his lifetime have been realized posthumously. He planned the park. This fountain runs a computerized program over 40 minutes, and it replays the biblical flood from beginning to end. It's almost 200 meters in diameter. It fills up with water, replays the flooding of the earth, then it drains out, and then at the very end, you get this amazing spray fountain, and you can see what it produces. If there's any sunlight at all on the day, it produces a standing rainbow. And the rainbow follows you as you circulate around the fountain. It's ever present. This is Noguchi's idea of system sculpture. This is Noguchi's idea of social sculpture. This is Noguchi's idea of what sculpture ought to do, which is, again, to give us perspective and awareness, but it's with humility, working with nature in a sense of humility, and also trying to produce something that is uplifting, optimistic, and uses technology to kind of look forward, push forward, and push for peace, prosperity, hope, everything that all of us want. That is what he was trying to make sculpture do. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Deikin. So I asked him just 10 minutes. So thank you very much. So very short time, but we learned a lot from your presentation. That's why the event, the symbol is Isamu Noguchi and his peace monument. So it's the reason. Thank you. So now we want to move to the discussion. Yes. So could you please to the podium? The partners, please give them a big round of applause. And Sean, please. Yes. Yeah, I already introduced them. So again, the Sean is currently the thesis student in the MArch1 program of GSD, and he's the member, and yeah, he's the co-moderator. And next, Matthias Lise is a professor of the Chinese school, and Peter Greeley. Yeah, Peter Greeley is the producer of the paper and also the Japan Society Boston's, and yeah, he was Isamu Noguchi's friend. His mother especially often Isamu Noguchi come to his house in Tokyo, and he often met the New York and Isam Noguchi together. And Claudia Dolores Camargo is the superwoman. She is leading her national decarbonized project. She's leading the project, so we want to learn from you a lot. And yeah, digging hard. Yeah, he already presentation. He's special about the Isam Noguchi, and the reason why we decide to, as I said, so his message from the Isam Noguchi, the message is the kind of the very suitable this event, the sustainable future. Yeah, so that's why. And one more co-moderator, well, waiting. So let's start, and yeah, when she come, join together. Okay. So first, I'd like to give a big question to each panel. So first question is that English okay? So Sean, could you tell them the first question? Yes, question one.
How about now? Okay, it's working. Okay, so the first question, as Nobu said, is a big question, and it's kind of meant to introduce how you all have researched or have acted on this issue. But could you please talk about some of the like the large global issues that we've been discussing that you've been focusing on, and what are the research or the activities or actions you've taken in regard to these concerns, just as a way so that we'll understand what your perspectives are on in this topic of sustainable future.
Okay, then I will start. So first of all, I find this whole project here quite intriguing for various reasons. One of them is my wife is actually Japanese, and so we have an interesting connection through, this whole set of topics here, also because her grandmother is still around, and her grandmother was actually, was a young woman during the Second World War, and, was training on spares and things like that, right? It's in response to a possible American invasion, and, we have been to Hiroshima, to, to Okinawa, the legacy of conflict. So this is why I find this quite intriguing that we're doing this today. So one thing that I'd like to add to this discussion is really going back really to the keynote we just heard. How worried should one be about technology? This is also something that is very much on my mind. So I'm directing a human rights center at the Kennedy School, the Carr Center for Human Rights Policy, and human rights and technology is a big topic there. I've started to teach a class in the philosophy of technology, which I'm happy to say is cross-registered with the design school, so there's another connection here. And there's a couple of thinkers that come to my mind, as we just heard about Robert Oppenheimer, who was really the great administrative mind, the science manager behind the Manhattan Project, and then later the head of the Institute of Advanced Study in Princeton. There's a couple of other thinkers whose reflections on technology, I think, matter profoundly for the conversation we're having here today. And these are Enrico Fermi and John von Neumann. So these were really among the minds who actually created the bomb, the physics and the math needed to make this happen. And both of them, they didn't survive the war terribly long. They died both fairly young at some point in the 1950s. And both of them were actually deeply worried about what technology would do to the world. And, they were, in a way, good people to be worried about it because they had contributed so much to technological advance, had been so optimistic about what this would do. And Enrico Fermi gave rise to the Fermi paradox. So the Fermi paradox is something, it's a very scary thing, but it's something that deserves much broader discussion. So the Fermi paradox is the following. It's the contrast between, on the one hand, the fact that everything we know about cosmology renders it overwhelmingly likely that we are not alone, that there's quite a number of other planets, in fact, out there where intelligent life lives. But that on the other hand, we have no established evidence of such life. You know, there's, of course, you all know there's a lot of interesting discussion about UFOs, and that has become more serious in recent years, and that's all for the better, but nothing's been established conclusively. So where is everybody? You know, so that is the paradox, right? So this contrast between this overwhelming likelihood and the fact that we have no conclusive evidence of them. So Fermi, the one explanation for that, which is unfortunately a very plausible one, is that there lies something in the exercise of intelligence that destroys it before it can reach out to other intelligences, right? That would explain both of these things. And then you wonder, what is it in the exercise of intelligence that would make this happen? Well, creation of technology is a good candidate, right? So that's one really scary phenomenon, and Fermi kind of put his finger on where the atomic development of atomic energy might have put us. And John von Neumann, who is really the techno-optimist par excellence, towards the end of his life, as a member of the Atomic Energy Commission that was also mentioned, wrote an article actually entitled, "Can We Survive Technology? Can we survive technology?" And he did not exactly say, no, we can't, but he ended by saying we really need some very serious human qualities like intelligence, endurance, and patience, but that he even would write at the end of his article, at the end of his life, an article with that title is quite telling. So long story short, I am profoundly worried about what we are doing with technology, and that's why I'm also thrilled that there need to be many more events. Whichever way you can do to get people to think about technology is a good thing to do, just to make sure that, you know, we're not going to be the next civilization taken down in this way.
And now we can connect the Zoom. So now I'd like to introduce the Shinichiro Kurose. Shinichiro Kurose is now from Hiroshima. Kurose 先生。
おはようございます。
おはようございます。今つながりましたので、今皆さんに一つずつ質問をさせていただいておりますので、黒先生の順番になったときにまたお伝えいたします。
はい、よろしくお願いいたします。
ありがとうございます。じゃあ、次の質問。はい。
My name is Peter Grilly. If you were here earlier in the afternoon, and I think many of you were, you will have seen the film that I produced about Hiroshima, about the atomic bomb, about one particular individual who is kind of helping us figure out the way to survive the present, to move into the future, and leave behind some of the terrible destructive sins of the past. I guess if I have a role on this panel, you can call me the anti-war, anti-nuclear activist, not a scientist, not an architect, I'm not a designer, I'm not a GSD faculty or student. But I did grow up in Japan. I experienced Japan at a time very shortly after the terrible nuclear disaster that we witnessed in August of 1945. I suppose another credential for my being on this panel is that my family were friends of Isamu Noguchi at just the moment when he first went back to Japan in 1951. And he was at our house from time to time. He was particularly close with my mother. And although I was only 5 at the time, so I didn't really know who Noguchi was, there are fragments of those encounters that still stick in my memory. On one occasion, I remember he was sitting with my mother, and he was very quickly sketching some of the fundamental designs for the bridges, the ends of the bridge, the famous bridge that takes one into the Peace Corps. So when we try to think about the future, surviving the future, sustaining into the future, I guess the only point I will try to make is a very, very simple one, but a very important one, I think, is unless we can take the technological powers that we now have, nuclear powers, and somehow harness it, set it aside, and along with that, set aside our conventional views of warfare and power and nationalism, political ramifications of all those things, and create a different kind of humanity, one that's not separated necessarily by national borders or political differences, but a totality of humanity, then I think our survival into that future will be very limited. When I hear, for example, just one quick example, someone like President Putin casually threatening or throwing out the possibility of nuclear conflict. The casualness with which he does that is terrifying to me. The whole notion of nuclear power as a instrument of warfare, something that we have to do. There will be no future.
Thank you so much. I just wanted, first of all, to say thank you to GSD, to a lot of people that I'm sure worked very hard to do this event, and also to Nobu. I have to start saying that I have also an interesting connection with Japan. 20 years ago, back in the day when I was an architecture student, I got the chance to go to Kanto Gakuin University in Yokohama. In those days, we were not talking as we know, or as we understand today, as climate change, but some of us were starting to get very interested around sustainability. And my experience in Japan was around studying sustainability in architecture specifically, but I also, for me, it was very interesting to understand the different sensibility and the nuances around resilience and adaptation from Japan society. Years later, just because life it's interesting and surprising and funny, my next visit to Japan was actually representing my country in the enthronement of Emperor Naruhito. So that was quite an important cultural experience for me. Having said that, I strongly believe that, and I feel very honored to be here actually with the members of the panel, because I completely aligned in what you were talking about, not only Noguchi's work, but also what Peter was saying. I do believe that one of the most important threats that we have as humanity right now in the shadow of a war is climate change, where these concepts that we are talking about around even energy transition in the shadow of a war are being weaponized. And also, just going back to Matthias' comments, decarbonization is just going to be possible through technology. So we are also talking about putting technology at the service of humankind. But also, I believe that this is very on point, just looking to the past to understand where we are going and not make the same mistakes. Because in my understanding is that we have a growing awareness around that climate change, it's completely necessary. But climate change, the process of climate change has very important blind spots where we can just transition from one dirty energy to clean energy, but just creating the same inequalities that we have done in the past, right? First with gold, then with oil, gas, and other resources. So it's also an opportunity to understand, to learn what we have done wrong in the past, and that we are in a threshold where we can really start thinking about what is the type of future that we want as humankind that goes pretty much beyond, as as Peter was saying, that really goes beyond political borders and even nation states borders. And there are blind spots there. And I am very concerned about that, just because decarbonization also goes through getting the resources that we will need to decarbonize the economy. And some of those resources are in vulnerable developing countries. We need to understand that this process, it goes beyond transition from energy. It really goes to what is the type of future that we want as a global community, and understand the different relationships that we have and how we treat one another. And that in this endeavor, if somebody gains, but some other countries fail, then as a humanity, we are going to fail. This is not something that we can do in silos. And thinking about system, we are, as a human community, we are a system. And there should not be winners and losers in this process. That could be. So that is something that I think we need to think about when we talk about sustainable futures and the challenges that we have and how to create new power relationships. Also, just because in this process, in everything, when we're talking about resources, we are also talking about geopolitics. So we need to understand those relationships in a different way. And this is a huge opportunity that we have. So not to make the same mistakes from the past.
I agree so strongly with everything that's been said. You know, it's what the technology that we really need is a technology of perspective that helps us to limit these cascades of unintended consequences and chain reactions of disaster that proliferate from one society to another. As you say, we create imbalance in the earth over here through one technological advance, and then that requires strip mining the earth over there in order to compensate for it. And what we found is that finally the earth has reached a tipping point where it can't handle all of our last minute sort of disaster fixes anymore. We're just putting band-aids over band-aids over band-aids. I think what is wonderful about Noguchi's perspective is that he was not an either or person. He was very much an and person. He was a synthesizer. He, as I said before, believed in technology. It wasn't, Noguchi is not one of those ecologists who believe that the ultimate answer to all of the Earth's problems was just to eliminate humanity. Of course, that is one solution that might work for the planet. The planet might be happier without us. But Noguchi really believed in trying to find synthetic solutions. And he believed the best way to do that was to average human wisdom across cultures. And it was a real kind of universal global respect for different points of view and different perspectives, and really thought that the best solutions would come from averaging across, as I said, human wisdom. And that requires a technology of its own. What's so terrifying as we think about the unintended consequences of technology is to see that all of the promise of social media, which was supposed to be the technology of connection, and it turns out maybe to be the opposite of that. You know, I have an 8-year-old and a 12-year-old, and it's really horrifying watching my daughter start to engage with social media, although we keep it from her, but there's no way to keep them from it or it from them. And the idea that it's going to have the opposite impact on her that it should. But as usual, there's so much promise, but we rush pell-mell into these things without understanding all of the possible consequences. And I think what Noguchi speaks for, what the museum certainly speaks for, is that it's a stopping point, it's a resting point, it's a place to pause, and just think about alternatives in a kind of restless serenity. It's not that there's nothing about Noguchi's perspective that requires going into hibernation or pretending that some facet of reality doesn't exist. It's just an awareness or a recognition that it's okay to take the time that's required to metabolize all of the change in a way that's wise and not just, maybe over enthusiastic about always the possibilities and not recognizing the possible consequences.
Thank you. So, 幸子さん、黒瀬先生に、皆さんの今の回答を、ちょっと踏まえた形で、同じご質問をしていただいてよろしいですか。それを日本語で黒瀬先生に言っていただいて、それを通訳していただいていいですか。
ごめんなさい。私、通訳の自覚がなかったので、そのメモが取らずにだったので、ものすごい簡単になりますけど。
通訳は、じゃあ、ショーン。じゃあ、黒瀬先生に質問の方、はい、お願いします。
で今、皆さんがそれぞれ今の、人類の課題について、これから先の未来についての課題について話してらっしゃったんですね。ただ、イサム・ノグチさんは、もうイノベーションとか、そのテクノロジーというのは基本は信じていて、で、それをもとに、新しい方法でより自然と共生するとか、それぞれの人類っていうのが国境を越えて、それぞれも地球の中に戻るみんな一つの命だっていうふうに考えられてやっていたっていう、基調講演をされて、で、その後の方が課題として、結構今の技術っていうのは、AI とかいろんな、今の核兵器もそうですけど、かなり人類をやっぱり脅かしていると。で、もう一つは、その人類のそのヒューマニティっていうのを大事にせずに進化をさせていると、もうこれから先、資源もないですし、で、どんどんバンドエイド貼っていっても、もう間に合わないぐらい、どんどん地球が壊れていっていると。で、やっぱり水とか環境とか、それからそういうこと、貧困をなくすとか、持ってるものをちゃんと平等にやっていくってコンセプトをちゃんと持って、どっかのポリティックス、政治とか、それから国境ってことを思って、ちゃんと平等に分配していないと、それは、ますます難しくなってくるから、こういうグローバルに対話をしながら共同しながらやっていくのが大事だってことを皆さんそれぞれおっしゃったんですね。で、黒瀬先生の観点からいくと、今から人類が生き残っていくというか、より良い未来を築いていくために、どのような課題を感じられていて、どのような解決法があると思われますか？
はい。今日はいい機会をいただきましてありがとうございます。私は広島に生まれ、また生きる者として、特に今、この中で続いておりますことをいろいろ聞かせていただきながらですね、私は非常にどういうんでしょうか、自然なことなんですけども、実は私は日本の、四季の豊かな日本のですね、今、武井先生おっしゃってくださったように、田舎で生まれました。で、実は私の田舎には広島県の広島から70キロぐらい入った田舎なんですけども、古い縄文時代からの古墳がたくさんある町なんです。縄文時代というのは考えてみますと、今から1万3000年から、2300年ぐらいまでの非常に長い期間続いた時代だったですね。なぜこのように時代が進んだのか、続いたのかっていうのを考えると、時代がどうであれ、基本的には平和な、そして豊かなですね、文化的なそういった生活が、共同作業が、お互いがお互いを認め合い、助け合いながら、ある面では第一産業の中に従事した時代だったと。だから、必ずしもそこに今を変えるということは難しいんですけども、私は今であればこそもう一度人間としての豊かさとか、精神的なあるいは物質的なものを全てを深めて、原点に変えると。それは自然に変えるという意味では、イサム・ノグチさんがですね、あそこにありますように、ふるさと、特に地球のという一つのふるさとを持った共通の地球人であると言われたことは非常に私には印象に残るんですね。そういう観点から今日は私は、これからの、パネルの方のですね、3の場面の中で、これまでのこと、広島で 特に教育の分野で私、一緒に子どもたちと生きてまいりました。そして今、そういう仕事が終わって、YMCA の青少年との交流であったり、また、戦争文化ではなくて平和文化という意味で、アートのことにも自分自身は非常に貧しいんですけれども、しかしそういうものを、共に働くということをですね、考えながら少しこれから皆さんと協議をさせていただきたいと思っております。
ありがとうございます。幸子さん、いいですか
？I was born and brought up in Hiroshima, and in particular, very, very far, 70 kilometers away from Hiroshima downtown. So this is a countryside. So I enjoyed beautiful 4 seasons in Japan. Then in my hometown, there is a Jomon era's very big tomb. We called Kofun. This is a very big tomb. And this era lasted a very long time from 13,000 years ago to 2,300 years. So this era lasted very long. And he believed because this era, people truly collaborated together. They focused on like growing plants and doing agriculture, and they enjoyed the working together in harmony. Then they should respect each other. That's why I believed this era lasted for a long time. So I believe now this is a time that we human beings have to back to the basic. It means back to the living. We are part of the nature. Like Isamu Noguchi said, we are global citizen. So we live on only blue marble, our home planet. That's why I truly want to share this vision with you. Then I am an educator. Then I also work at the YMCA, and I focus on educating people, keeping away from war culture, but try to transfer to peace culture. And also, I am not rich at all, but I just want to enjoy working together with younger generation and international people. And also, I believe the power of art. That's why I'm so excited to participate in this panel. Okay, thank you.
So now is the time. I'm sorry, it's the time. So finally, each panelist, we need the message for each panel. Now is the time. Okay. So the big second question, Sean, could you ask each panel? The second one?
Yes. I guess in addition to the second one, kind of connected to what we're just talking about, but seems like there is a kind of idea of a sustainability in a sense of like a temporal nature from, as Kuros today's son was talking about 4 season and connecting with Earth, and also with the rapid nature of technology constantly evolving, and whether we can survive that or not. But I guess the understanding that there are all these new technologies, including AI recently, and then with the it's also, I guess, the nuclear weapon have been here for a while, but there's this I guess a more rapid temporal nature that we are facing. But as human actors on this earth, I guess the big question that we were hoping to ask is, what do you think will be the way that we will live on this planet in the near future and perhaps in the distant future? And how can we prepare ourselves to survive in this constantly changing and currently rapidly changing world?
Okay, let me say 2 things to this. How can we prepare ourselves? Well, first of all, This theme of waking up to the challenges has come up in various contributions. The theme of waking up to the destruction that has actually happened already and the enormous potential of destruction. I say this here and we say this here on the panel, and we basically speak to a choir of converted because you actually all know this. My sense of, the point of events like this can't just be that we're sitting here and, we're saying these things to each other and we're commiserating with each other because, again, we might feel slightly better leaving when doing this, but we need to find ways of really, this is kind of generally true of everything that happens here at Harvard. We need to find ways of just kind of reaching out, bringing conversation to people elsewhere, people who are, one thing that just never ceases to amaze me, kind of general American habits of dealing with things is, you must have noticed, is also people idling around in their cars, right? It's almost like no self-respecting American can sit for 5 minutes in a car, even when the climate is perfect, the weather is perfectly nice like today, without running the engine so that they can control the climate. It just drives me crazy. It's actually illegal in Massachusetts, but I walk down the street, there's like 10 cars that are doing that, and often they stand there. So just kind of get people to think about this kind of stuff, and not just they converted, but that we all need to find ways of building bridges of this sort. And the second thing I will say, I have, in my own research, I have found a lot of ways of connecting to themes around indigenous knowledge in recent times, and I've come more and more to appreciate that among the many terrible things that have befallen indigenous peoples around the world, including here in the United States and specifically also Massachusetts, among the many evils that have befallen them through colonization and through the kind of spread of European attitudes, especially capitalism, maximization, taking advantage of nature, thinking of efficiency and maximization rather than caretaking attitudes. Among the losses that have been inflicted is this enormous amount of loss of knowledge and understanding, ecological knowledge. And that, I think, this is a point right now in all these discourses we're having around the climate, around ecology, about how to live with technology. Bring that knowledge back up, right? Kind of let's recirculate, let's bring to the fore again all these things that have gotten lost when, our people, so to speak, just generalizing here, thought they knew better and could do better, and it has not taken us to a good place. So be integrative, so pay interest to indigenous knowledge and find ways of connecting to them. That's the second thing I would say.
When it comes to thinking about how we move ourselves into the future, how we survive the future, I think we all in different ways are looking for models. What do we model ourselves upon to move into the future? And to bring the conversation to Isamu Noguchi, I find him just extraordinarily inspiring in so many different ways. One way in particular, Isamu often always talked about himself itinerant. He was neither Japanese nor American, but he was both at the same time. Was neither a scientist, well, he was an artist, but he was both, as well as about transforming it into art. I find that kind of either or attitude, concept, behavior very, very inspiring for the future. I think in the future we should leave our particular nationalities behind, become more global, more international, more whatever it is that breaks out of our immediate identity, or professional, or cultural identity. And Isamu, I think Isamu was the most extraordinary man. He was able to do those things, to transcend whatever he was turn into something larger and greater. To leave behind conventional labels. Become something greater. I think that's that kind of inspiration, something we all need and we could all benefit from.
I completely believe that the built environment can shape our dynamics, and obviously art can shape our dynamics. Artists are pretty much the first line of resistance in some cases, where even free expression is limited. And that makes me just, as a closing point, I remembered a book that it's quite famous, at least in Latin America, that it's from Giuseppe Tomasi, where has a quote that became a very important quote in political science. I am not a political scientist, but I had to take a crash course on it. And the quote pretty much is, we need to change everything in order for everything being kept the same. And in political science, what it means is that there are different proposals that could be perceived as structural changes or huge transformations, but at the same, what they are doing is just keeping pretty much the status quo. And I think we just need to be aware of what are the proposals that we are being put on the table regarding clean transition, regarding energy transition, regarding artificial intelligence, these huge revolutions or disruptions. I think we need to be also aware if they are not, if these processes, mechanisms, tools, digital, technological or not, are not in the service of closing gaps, social gaps, economical gaps, gender gaps, if they are not putting us in more balance with biodiversity and nature, they are not sustainable. Even though they might look like, they are just going to keep the status quo. And that is something that we just need to be aware, not to change mirrors for gold.
Well, and the status quo isn't even likely to survive. You know, I mean, I think part of what everybody has mentioned is that unless we collectivize our behavior globally in a way that we haven't before, the truth is that choice is going to be taken out of our hands. When you think about what the future is going to look like, forces beyond any of our individual controls or even our national controls are going to just occur. And then we're going to be reacting to the consequences. The very last show, big show that I opened at the Noguchi Museum was called In Praise of Caves. And it was looking at a group of Mexican architects in the middle of the last century who got interested in making modern caves and doing modern cave living. And our show, the title of our show and the theme of our show came out of a cultural theorist named Bernard Rudofsky, who wrote a couple of books about vernacular architecture called Architecture Without Architects and The Prodigious Builders, which was about all the generations of human architects before they became named, before history began. And one of the things, he opened one of those two books with a chapter called In Caves, which is basically a celebration of indigenous architectures of various kinds that take advantage of all of the benefits of building into the earth rather than just plonking boxes, inefficient boxes down on top of the earth. And again, his whole theory was, we're not going to have a choice. We're going to be forced underground. We're going to force ourselves back underground. So we better be prepared. It's worth thinking ahead and looking back to what's been done very successfully in the past. And how we might adapt these strategies for the future. And that's really what our show is about, because you had this really interesting group of Mexican architects thinking seriously about it over a pretty sustained period of time with real resources. But again, I think, you know, thinking about the future, what we have to somehow find is a new balance. And the ground keeps shifting, so we have to keep adapting. Because again, if we don't, it's not going to be a matter of the status quo for the already comfortable, because that comfortability is going to disappear out from under us. So I would just say, you know, coming to somewhere like this for somebody who doesn't have any affiliation with GSD, we're relying on all of you to design our way out of the disasters that we have set up or set in motion.
Thank you. So finally, from Kurose, before Kurose's final message, good news. I was informed that the preparation of the delicious dinner is taking a long time. So it means that now we adjust the time. Okay, so please, Sachiko, could you ask the question, Kurose Sensei, and translate the answer?
はい。黒瀬先生、これから先私たちが本当に生き残るために具体的にこうしたらいいとか、そういう方法があったら教えてください。
はい、ありがとうございます。私は、被爆者ではないんですけれども、人間の知恵というのは、私、田舎で生まれて、実は私は1941年、太平洋戦争が始まった年に、命を授けられました。そして、1964年に、広島女学院という学校の教員になりまして、広島女学院は、ちょっと前段に帰りますけれども、日本の教育が明治の時代には男性を中心に行われる中で、女子の教育にということで、キリスト教のヨーロッパ、特にアメリカの教会からですね、多くの宣教師が来られて、種がまかれました。そして女子に向けての教育が始まったその一つに、広島女学院が1886年にできたんですけれども、ちょうど太平洋戦争が始まった年には、広島ではですね、特に軍部からキリスト教主義に対するということがあり、二重にも三重にもいろんな圧力がかけられて、当時の先生方、生徒たちが大変な思いをした時代がありました。そして1945年に原爆が投下されて、350名の生徒や教職員が亡くなったわけですけれども、この後、戦後に向かって復興の中で、私たちは二度とこの悲惨な思いを繰り返させてはいけないということで、我々の先輩の教師たちが、まず大事なのはやっぱり教育を通して命、平和、そして地球規模でのみんなが幸せになる。つまり学問の最終的な目標というのは人が幸せになるためにあるんだということを基本に据えながらですね、広島女学院では取り組んできました。これはただ単に日本人の教師が頑張った努力したこともあるんですけども、それ以上に6名の、ちょっと具体的に申しますと、例えば女学院を創立した学校の母というゲンス先生は、アメリカのケンタッキー州から、27歳で単身船に乗って太平洋を横断してきてですね、45年間生涯を女学院のために尽くした女性でした。そして、メアリー・マクミランという多くの宣教師がおられましたが、特に私が知っているのは、1939年戦争が始まる前に来られて、わずか1年半で日米の関係が悪化して、強制的に変えなくてはいけなくなった。しかし、1945年の8月6日、原爆投下されてですね、いち早く全米の教会に向かけて、日本の人たちに物を送ろうということで、また広島に1947年にいち早く帰ってこられて、女学院だけでなく、広島市民の皆さんに多くの援助をされました。先生は33年間女学院で勤められ、アメリカに帰られるときには、広島市の名誉市民として、広島市の市民から愛された人でした。そして、ジュノー博士というのは、 医師でしたけども、15トンの医薬品を赤十字を通して広島に運んで多くの人たちにそういう面での奉仕をされ、バーバラ・レイノルズ、この方は、平和巡礼で、今もあるんですけども、広島に外国人が来られて宿泊や、また広島を伝える、あるいはいろんな交流をするワールドフレンドシップセンターというのを作られていた方でした。フロイド・シューモーというのは、原爆で住む家がなくなったというので、この方は、森林自然学者だったんですけども、家を通して、そして広島の市民にいろんな奉仕をされました。最後にノーマン・カズンズという方は、1949年に、来られましたけれども、この方の功績は、原爆で孤児になった子どもたちを、アメリカの人たちとの精神的な養子縁組をしたりですね、そして原爆を止め、原爆で被害に遭われた女性たちをアメリカに派遣して25名ですけれども手術をするとか、このように私はまさに今置かれている状況が一つの国、そして先ほど縄文時代の話をしましたけども、縄張りもなくみんなが平和にした時代から豊かになり、弥生時代の石器、道具、そして鉄を使って武器を作り、自分の国だとか地域だというふうに地域をですね、区切っていって、そのために守るために争いや紛争が起こってやってる。まさに、遊佐野口先生が言われたように、広島の平和公園にある平和大使の、まさに架け橋である、もうこのような小さな国の枠組みではなくて、野口先生があの時代に言われた地球市民として、我々がこれから何ができるのか。自然災害ではなくて、まさに人間の人災になってますし、環境、自然、すべてを含めてですね、今こそ時代を生きる子どもたちのために、私たちは国を越えて、便利さと同時に、それによって失っているものをもう一度直視をして、教育の現場から、私はそういう場だったもんですから、まさに教育が大事で、その子どもたちに単なる目の前の利益だけの学びではなくて、人としての優しさ、思いやりというものをですね、どう地球市民として全ての為政者が、またもっと言いたいのは、私は広島にいて、原爆ドームが世界遺産になってますけども、これは1960年代に広島市においては市議会や当時の市長でさえも、これは市民の要望で壊そうとしました。でも、時間がないので詳しくは述べられないんですが、私が広島女学院で同僚であった川本一郎さんという原爆のこの像の建立に働きを中心になられた方、そして生涯72歳まで一日も欠かさず女学院での仕事を終えて原爆のこの像に行った川本さん。この方が原爆ドームを壊そうというのが新聞報道になったときに、署名活動と募金活動を始めた力も大きかったということを広島市民もあまり知りません。私はそういう意味で話があちこちに行くんですが、1981年2月25日にパウロ・ヨハネ2世が来られた時のあの言葉です。広島を学ぶことは、過去を学ぶことは、将来に対する責任を持つことであると言われた言葉。広島を考えることは、核戦争を拒否することであるという。まさに今私たちは、命が、人類が存亡の危にある中で、もう一度改めて G7 が広島で行いますけども、この広島の実情を資料館で学び、そしてまた多くの方々が広島に来てくださることを願っています。長くなってごめんなさい。
Okay, so I am not a hibakusha, not a survivor. I was born in 1941 when the Pacific War started. Then after that, I became a teacher at Hiroshima Jogakuen in 1964. This is a school that Taro Setsuko and the prime minister's wife, they graduated from. Then before the Meiji era, before the World War II started, actually Japan was very male-dominated society. Then American people, in particular American missionary people, came from United States, and they started the girls' schools across Japan. Then 1886, my school, Hiroshima Jogakuen, was founded by American people. Then during the World War II, because it was American missionary school, the Japanese people said this is a spy school, so we couldn't believe them. That's why the teachers who came from the United States, they had really hard time, and the students too. Then after that, they were sent back to United States against their will. And 1945, because those students and teachers truly wanted to prove that we are not spies, so they devoted to help Japanese military. Then 350 students and teachers were killed by the A-bomb. Then I want to tell the detail about the great educators. The Miss Gaines, she was 27 years old, and she was born in Kentucky, and she came to Hiroshima and served as a teacher over 45 years. And Mary McLean, she came 1939, but because of the war started, she was sent back to United States. But just after the A-bomb was dropped, she decided to started fundraising. Then she asked the churches across United States and collected many money and some foods and some rescue things, and she brought back to Hiroshima, and she served to help those people for 33 years. Then that's why Mr. Cross truly believe education is the key. We have to educate the younger generation. The most important thing, our final goal of academic purpose is to help students to realize human life is very important, and peace is important. And it is not only for our community, but global people's happiness, and to show respect and to help each other to have a really happy and great life is our academic goal. And also the Dr. Juno, who worked at Red Cross, he also saved the many survivors, Hibakusha. He gave us a lot of the medicines against other command. Then also Barbara Reynolds, she is American woman. She came here and she did fundraising, and she invited many international people to Hiroshima, and also sent Hiroshima people to United States and tried to rebuild the relationship. And she founded World Friendship Center. And this foundation still invite people and let them stay and learn about Hiroshima, and send Hiroshima people to the world and learn about the other culture. And Floyd Schumo, he was an expert of nature, and he also came from United States, and he learned how to build the house. Then he cooperated with Japanese people, and he built many houses and offered them to survivors who lost their original houses. And Norman Cousins, he came here in 1949, and he made a system to collect money from American people and send the A-bombed victims, in particular girls who had burns all over the skins. Then they wanted to commit suicide because they cannot marry and they don't have any future. So Norman Cousins made the foster child system and asked the American people to take care of them and send the money to them and send these 25 girls to United States and let them have the operation. Then also they then also then he believes like a Jomon era, we used to live in peace, but gradually we become rich. Human beings become rich and they try to change our agriculture tools to weapons, and they try to spread their occupation, like where the place to occupy, and they try to pursue their own profit and they start a war. That's why he truly believes, like Isamu Noguchi said, we start to stop thinking about what is our boundary, what is our land, what is our property, but we have to think how we can build a bridge between our community, our country, and our places. Then we try to share what we have, and we have to help each other and cooperate again. Then everyone, he believes, to survive, everyone has to think about not only ourselves, but the future generation. Then the most horrible thing is our humans' technology, the use of our technology in the wrong way. We used to have the natural disaster, and we were worried maybe natural disaster may kill us, but now human has much more power than natural disaster. That's why we truly have to think what we have lost instead of having this convenient life. Then we have to focus on education, how we can tell every child and every person, we have to use our intelligent wisdoms and our strengths to help each other and use our humanity and kindness and empathy. Then we have to tell to the politicians, we really want to live happily in peace. Then one example, Hiroshima politicians once decided destroy Avon because it costs a lot. Then when survivors heard this one, the one person, Kawamoto Ichiro, he is a teacher at our school, Jogakuin. He started fundraising and he collected signatures and he brought this small amount of money and letters to Hiroshima government. And the mayor read this letter and got this small amount of money. He decided, okay, listen to citizens' voice. Then he and Congress decided to stop the plan to destroy Avon, and they started to change this as a symbol of peace. And this Kawamoto Ichiro went to, he is the person who also talked about the Sadako's story, the paper cranes story. And he always, took care of these paper cranes and encouraged the people to collect and spread the peace. That's why he truly believed, like 1982, Yohane Paul,ショーンさん、ヨハネ・パウロって英語でどうやって発音するんですっけ？
Pope John Paul II.
John Paul II, thank you. John Paul II, when he came to Japan, he said, think about Hiroshima. This shows how horrible the nuclear weapons are and how horrible that we have made a mistake. That's why this is our responsibility to think about Hiroshima and take the correct action. Then that's why Mr. Kurose really wants every person. We have G7 now, and every person started to think to come to Hiroshima and learn here what really happened to Hiroshima and what kind of future we have to build. cooperating with people, not as our national citizen, but global citizen. I hope I can make myself understood.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So Sachiko, thank you very much. So there's no manuscript, so I'm sorry. Thank you. So I'm sorry, I was too slow my moderation. So there's a lot of great speakers, but maybe we not enough to hear from their wonderful from the panelist information. So I'm sorry, it is my fault. But however, I believe that from the messages from all of wonderful panelists, we learned lessons that we can act on from today for a sustainable future. So maybe I wish everyone could hear more. So it means that let's have a second session in the future. Thank you. So thank you for the Shinichiro Kurose and Denki and Claudia and Peter and Mathis and Sean. And big applause again. Thank you.
Thank you. ありがとうございました。
黒瀬さん、ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。本当いい会をいただきました。ありがとうございます。皆さんありがとうございました。
He says, thank you for everyone. Let me join this kind of wonderful session. Thank you.
Kurose 先生、すいません。ちょっと私の拙い感じになってしまっ
いや、竹内先生も私の思った以上のことを
Okay,
伝えて
so now,
たくさん話しすぎてありがとうございました。
okay, so this is the final our biggest ceremony. So, okay, could you have a seat? Peter. Okay, now is the time, closing address. I'd like to introduce Diane Davis. So my advisor, and she gave us, my friend, she gave us a chance to have this kind of sustainable futures walk. So thank you very much. And please welcome Diane Davis with a big round of applause.
This is going to be really short because this has been such an amazing event. The last panel in particular, I'm still overwhelmed. I'm so inspired. I agreed with what everybody said. I really have very little to add. I'm standing between you and the dean and then the dinner. So this is going to be super short, but it's really more kind of a congratulations. And I hope if we're recording, it'll be for posterity just because of what you've accomplished, what's been accomplished today. And I've been here from the very beginning with almost the very beginning with the student panel. So I'll make some general remarks. Again, starting with a congratulations to Nobu and his team for this wonderful event. I had the pleasure of getting to know Nobu when I taught a class on urban sustainability, the SDG 11. He was mentioning it earlier. And thinking a little bit about the UN Millennium Goals and like how do they land on the city and thinking about the issues of sustainability in general. I learned that Nobu had quite experience, a quite depth of experience in several key programs and experiments, sustainability experiments, including with social mobilizations and women's organizations in Japanese cities. And I knew that he was really interested later after taking the class in creating this dialogue about Hiroshima, a very important city that resonates with everything that we've
that, well, it's the center of the discussion today, but it's a model in both a positive and negative way for how we have to think about ourselves in the future. So I think it was a great event. One that we don't necessarily think about enough at a place like the GSD, that we've organized panels to talk about not only peace, but nuclear war, and how to make that connection between this huge humanitarian crisis that's on the horizon and what we do at a design school and and in the design professions. And with Dakin, your comments, everything on every panel really brought that all together. So in what I want to do is take maybe 4 or 5 minutes max. I promise I'm going to be short. And I'd like to focus my attention on the urgency of the task at hand for Nobu, for your colleagues in Japan and here, because I know this is just the beginning of conversations, and for the entire planet. Of course, we are all aware that the clock is ticking environmentally, and I appreciate the efforts today to think about the future of the planet, not only through the lens of environmental challenges and even technology, which is now on the table, but also in the shadow of history and the ease with which nuclear destruction can rain upon peoples and places. And it's been referred to in several of the panels today already. Nothing represents that fear better than the city of Hiroshima, but also nothing shows resilience and indeed grace, humility, empathy. And those are words that came through all the panels today and were reflected in so many of the speakers, Peter, you in particular. But I would identify those concepts also with Hiroshima, not only with the destruction. A couple of years ago, I used to direct a program or was involved with a thematic here that many of our students are still interested in, we called it Risk and Resilience. And it was intended to have students think about the parallels between various different precarities, from those linked to climate change to those driving violence, conflict, and even war. And I'm thinking back on that program on this panel today, the way we tried to pair those two ideas together. So not just look at sustainability, but constantly always looking at both risk and resilience in the same phrase. We even structured some of our course exercises and discussions around the concept of resilience and how it had emerged in environmental discourses, but then traveled to other domains, including resilience in the face of natural and man-made disaster. Increasingly, of course, we're seeing a blurring of the line between natural and man-made disaster, and that was a theme that came up today as well. And increasingly, we're accepting that we're living in a world at risk, even as we try to be resilient. So today's events brought these elements together through the separate panels, but with a larger question looming: how to advance a dialogue that preserves humanity and that can foster coexistence in a world of planetary uncertainty and insecurity. And I love the ways that, I don't know if it came up today, maybe I missed it a little bit, but Nobu talked to me a little bit about the ways that when we understand the destruction in Hiroshima with the atomic bomb, the way the trees and the landscapes were just destroyed by the nuclear disaster, but the ways in which there's an effort to kind of regrow nature in Hiroshima. So even in that place, in a moment when you thought there could be no future, that there's all a kind of recircling of the environment again. And that to me gives kind of the paradox or the dilemma or the constant struggle between risk and resilience. The element that I would like to underscore here, and maybe coming right after this panel on environment, which was so powerful, is the risk of accelerating violence and warfare, and including nuclear warfare, but also from other forms of destructive violence that emerge at multiple scales every day, from the schoolroom to the street, to the neighborhood, to the city, and to the nation. Those of us who are reading the paper in the United States is a very violent place, and there is destruction looming for kids and people walking in neighborhoods. And I want us to think a little bit about the kind of risk and resilience. I guess the point I want to make here is in multiple locations, in both the everyday and the mundane, as well as the terrible disaster like the threat from Putin, and make us think a little bit about scales. Because that's something we look at a lot here at the GSD. So what is the scale at which we want to think about pushing back against risk and generating resilience? And I think that's still an open question. So maybe if you have another seminar next year or another time, we can come back to that question. We've looked a lot today at the city of Hiroshima, but yet we're talking about the threat of nuclear war. Today, with the Ukraine war moving into a second year and North Korea innovating new ballistic missiles and arms trafficking spanning national borders and regions in countries that embrace democracy, but you still have this kind of flow of violent weapons, armed force. We are at a potential crisis point. Risk is everywhere. And in light of this, the efforts to create an alternative dialogue, an alternative conversation based on mutual human respect and inclusion, and a discussion that allows us to understand what went wrong in the past and what we need to avoid in the future is so important. And I've just summarized the points that were made earlier. I'm almost near the end. What I would say, if I were presenting a paper, and I'm not, I would bore you with some of my own writings, reflections, and questions about how we might move forward in a world at risk. And it would entail a focus on the notion of sovereignty. And I noticed the concept of nationalism came up several times today, and that's something I'm thinking a lot about. And that hovers over both violence at the street scale. We think about white supremacy, but we think about identities and nationalism. It hovers over what's happening between Russia and the Ukraine. It hovered over World War II. This issue of sovereignty, which we have come to understand as being embodied in the nation. And I think in the 21st century, and this is where I'm coming back to scale, we might want to take a long and hard look at nationalism and the reification of the nation state, and look for alternative spatialities to foster respect, dignity, and human connection. In other words, we have to think about the scale they want to start operating, or the scales, or the network scales, as opposed to just thinking about like maybe the nation as the place to start a conversation about peace. I myself have argued for the notion of urban sovereignty as a potential guiding aspiration. Although let me make clear that my definition of sovereignty draws on the quintessential writings by the political scientist Benedict Anderson, whose classic book on nationalism uses an operational term that he phrases as imagined communities, or imagined communities of allegiance. He also argues that the print media was an important tool in linking citizens together in spaces far apart from each other in a common project of coexistence and indeed connection or empathy. So can we think of the concept of the imagined community, drop the notion of the nation, think about the imagined community, and then think about what scale or scales we want to create that. And I think the conference today is starting that conversation, imagined communities across to different parts of the world, but also among the students this morning coming from different disciplines here at the GSD, from architecture, landscape architecture, MDes, MAUD, MOP, etc. So if we think about the imagined community that we want to create, where would we find it, and how could we produce that, and how could we use the design professions, but also art, exhibitions, other sorts of things to start a new dialogue about the things that will unite us together in a community, even if we're not just sitting next to each other. So the communication, you've talked about dialogue and communication. Anderson talked about print media. We have to worry about what role the internet and things are gonna, what role that might play, but we really want to think about what it is that makes us come together as a community of humans, the humanity of interaction. And I think we can think about that experiment at a multiplicity of scales. I would be remiss if I did not end my remarks by commemorating the fact that we have just seen the anniversary of the Good Friday Accords in Belfast. Now, if you read the New York Times today, or if you did, you would see that the division still exists between Catholics and Protestants in that city. So this is a place where we saw nationalist struggles write themselves on a city. So the city is not always the answer. Sometimes the city reproduces the same nationalist struggles. We know in American cities a kind of racial conflict, different identities, people live in different places. There's not a national community, not an imagined community of allegiance in a city automatically. And there are many cities that are very divided. We can talk about Jerusalem. We can talk about so many other places. We can talk about the way we think about white and black parts of cities in the United States. So this is not a kind of a naive hope that just because we talk to each other at the scale of the city that we're going to solve all the problems that were mentioned here. But I do think we, and in a design school, have to understand the space and the kind of the knowledge that gets generated when you're butting up against other people and when you underscore the materiality, the built environmental context in which conversations take place. So the Belfast still has a long way to go, but there were major efforts to kind of rebuild and restructure places, borders, buildings, markets, property, in order to kind of push back against division that kind of happens automatically on the basis of different identities. So I think that maybe that's another conversation we can have. The example of Hiroshima was a big national conflict during World War II, political ideologies, fascism, communism, socialism, maybe political ideology, everything is populist now, but there's a lot of othering going on and a lot of splits and divisions, and we need to find the scales in which maybe start at a smaller scale, network it out, and then look at the planet. So we can't go right to the planet. Maybe the neighborhood is too small, but are there some spatialities that we want to work in? So my hope is that a new generation of students willing to focus on these issues, and so many of them spoke this morning, and many of you are still here now, will use imagination as they're thinking of the Imagine community, in design, in arts, and in planning, innovations that will transcend divisions and that will set a pathway to peace and coexistence at a scale that you feel is at your hands first, and then expand it out. I think that what Nobu and his team have brought to us here today is a challenge to all of us, and hopefully will be incorporated in the classes and the work that we do here at the GSD, and hopefully we'll be able to keep the conversation going, Nobu, with you and your colleagues in Japan. So thanks, and sorry for taking so long.
Wow, thank you much, Diane. So please a big round of applause to Diane again. And thank you, Sarah. Okay, now is the time. So the meeting. Hi, thank you, Sachiko and Sensei, Cross Sensei. Okay, thank you, everyone. Okay, Sarah. Yeah, Sarah is the opening remarks of the delicious food. So it's that, yeah, we have a mic outside. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Okay, let's adjourn this meeting. Thank you. Oh, yeah, please. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. ありがとう。
ノブさん、黒瀬先生に、退出していただいて平気ですか？もうこれで。
ありがとうございます。じゃあ退出しますね。
で、大丈夫。今確認してました。どうですか？こちらは退出しても大丈夫ですか？
はい、ありがとうございました。おっしゃるなりに。で、竹井先生はまた、一度また、例の、ミュージカルの分で、一度、ちょっとお会いしたいと言われますので、またお時間いただけますか。
はい、本当になんか海外の人たちと一緒に作り上げたってことを
ありがとうございます。
いただいて本当にありがとうございます。
その方のちょっと打ち合わせを一度、ご紹介したいんですが、曜日は竹井先生、今、ほとんど付属とあれですね、女学院が日中はいっぱいでしょ。
そうです、毎日です。
は
ないので、例えば。
どっか時間が取れそうなところを、夕方のどこでもいいんですけども、教えてもらえますか、また。
わかりました。じゃあ、ご連絡します。はい。
お世話になりました。じゃあ、失礼します。
ありがとうございます。失礼
ありがとう。
します。
失礼します。皆さんありがとうございました。失礼します。
黒先生、ありがとうございました。